our elections. Fake polls, false claims of rigging, and doctor-telling images create suspicion in the democratic process. We have something very important about our public health. Misinformation about vaccines has caused the resurgence of preventable diseases. During the COVID-19 pandemic, conspiracy theories led many Kenyans to delay or refuse vaccination, which prolonged suffering. In fact, we lost some people because of that. Then for you as an individual, we have the individual well-being at a personal level. My listener, misinformation destroys lives. Young people have been victims of online harassment after private content was shared maliciously. The mental toll of these digital lies is immense, leading to depression, anxiety, and sometimes loss of life. However, ladies and gentlemen, all is not lost, and that is why we have this organization dealing with cybersecurity, and I am happy that in Kenya we are rated highly. And today I feel so happy that I am talking to the top cream of those people in our country. Okay, the sound had gone, and I remember. Okay, I think there's a problem, but let me continue. If it doesn't work, I will remove mine from the pocket, just like somebody did. Okay, because we are projecting, let us also navigate together opportunities for truth. I'm telling you that this is not a story of a story of despair alone. Within this digital maze are doorways of hope. And one, media and information literacy. We must equip all citizens, especially our youth, with the skills to verify information. Just as we teach reading and writing, we must teach fact-checking and critical thinking. We also have digital responsibility. We must view the act of sharing online content as a moral responsibility. Clicking forward is not a neutral act. It can either protect or poison our society. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to note that the next one is on stronger institutions and policies. Government must act, but with care. You heard what happened in Nepal when they tried to cut the issue of media appearances and the social media. The young people got very angry. So I would like to mention that even when we come up with the policies for controlling what we are talking about, we must be very, very careful. Laws like Kenya's Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act are a step forward, but their enforcement must be fair, transparent, and non-political. We don't want our young people, maybe who are just expressing themselves, to get punished and be done what we've been seeing happening to our youth in this country. The next one is the fact-checking initiatives. We have got groups like Africa Check and Pesa Check being on the front lines to debunking lies every day. Media houses should amplify their efforts. My brother here is telling me that I should emphasize this. So what they are saying is whenever you get something, always make sure that you know what it is. And as we move on, I would like you to know that we have got roles as citizens of this country. We cannot leave the fight for truth to platforms or policy makers alone. Each of us holds the power to make a difference. And before forwarding a message, can you pause? Ask yourself, is this verified? Before believing a rumor, consider who benefits if I believe this. And before posting, reflect, does this build or destroy trust in my community? In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to choose the path of truth. And navigating the digital maze is not easy. Lies will always be louder, faster, and more exciting than facts. But history shows us that societies rise or fall based on their commitment to truth. If we fail to act, disinformation will continue to weaken our democracy, divide our communities, and poison our children's future. But if we act through education, digital responsibility, stronger institutions, and community values, we can reclaim truth as the foundation of our progress. We should all be intentional in that. And I would like us to say that we should commit ourselves to being guardians of truth, to leading with integrity, if you are a leader, and to teaching our young ones that wisdom is greater than virality. In doing so, we will not only survive the digital maze, we will light the way for generations and generations to come. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mwalimu, for that. It reminded me those days years ago. You all remember yule mwalimu alikuwa anakuja kwa darasa alafu wants everybody to answer a question in class? You're behind there trying to look like you know the one he's pointing at. So Dr. Paul, we truly appreciate your insights and unpacking the very, very important subject of the digital maze, where we need to figure our way around, like this gentleman was figuring his way around after college, but also looking at what might go wrong in the present world where oh, you can't hear me, right? You're confirming you can't hear me, right? He's confirming he can't hear me, which is great. Okay. Yeah, so the next speaker, and just to indicate that a part of the efforts we are doing within this space is, as a regulator for the ICT sector, is ensuring that we have a sound regulatory environment where we have policies and regulations that facilitate the work that we do, especially in reinforcing our ICT environment. And just this year in May, Kenya was ranked the top country in Africa in ICT policy regulation for having what was described by the International Telecommunications Union, which is the UN agency for ICTs, as having one of the most forward-thinking and robust ICT policy regulatory environment. And much of the work we do in that space includes what we're doing here today. And also within the Global Cybersecurity Index, we've also been ranked very highly in terms of putting in place the necessary frameworks that ensure that we can secure our cyberspace more efficiently, even as we deal with our friends from around that city of Juja. You know where Juja is? Who knows where Juja is? Who knows where Juja is? Mnajua Juja? It's Juja City, right? Juja City is one of the fastest growing cities in Kenya, for those who don't know. And it's becoming a hub for a serious digital economy, I might call it, happening in that space, and we are happy to hear that. The other largest and fastest growing city in Kenya is Mulot. Who knows Mulot? Who knows where Mulot is? Mulot City? Anybody? Any of these new cities, you don't know where they are? You've never heard about them? Huh? Anybody who knows where Mulot City is? Okay, so which cities do you know? Apart from Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu. Nakuru is also a new city, Nakuru City. Now we have Juja City, we have Mulot City. Then he has also said Konza, right? Konza City. Okay. So we are ranked the first in Africa in terms of ICT policy regulation, and also 20th globally in terms of soundness of our policy regulation. And we also ranked ahead of the United States of America. We don't say that much, but yes, that's where we are. So quite a lot of work is happening. So to give us some context in terms of what is happening in that space, in terms of the regulatory and enforcement approaches we are currently having in place, allow me now welcome Mr. Dennis Loyatum, who is from our cybersecurity department and also part of the National Computer Incident Response Team, to come and give us a keynote presentation on governing the web, regulatory and enforcement mechanisms for misinformation. Mr. Loyatum, as he comes to the podium, Mr. Loyatum is a senior citizen of another city known as Chepareria City. Chepareria City is in northwestern Kenya, for those who don't know. And it seems today we must be doing a lot of geography and IT and anything in between. Anybody who knows where Chepareria City is? Chepareria City. Hey. So, munajua tu Juja, at least Juja you know, right? Juja you know. Then Mulot, munajua kidogo. Now Chepareria, no, nobody knows where Chepareria is. Anybody who knows where Chepareria City is? The 10th largest city in Kenya. Okay, you can tell them.
Thank you, G. I think I'm the only one from Chepareria here, so I'll tell you more about this maybe after the presentation or maybe before the presentation. But Chepareria is in West Pokot County, so you can start from there. And by the end of the presentation, I think you might get a few, ideas of where Chepareria is. But that's not beside the point. My name is Dennis Loyatum. I'm a cybersecurity analyst at Communications Authority of Kenya. It's a pleasure to be here, and hopefully at the end of this discussion we'll have shed more light in terms of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, as was presented by Dr. Paul. He calls himself Dr. Paul Sharp. That was a powerful presentation. I'm not a teacher, so if you, the tempos, the highs and lows, the question and answers might not be my mode of presentation, but I hope both will still work in terms of delivering what we are here to learn and learn from each other. I'll have a brief presentation just to. So it seems I need to be holding the HDMI for it to be displayed. Okay, that's fine.
And you need to be a bit louder.
The gentleman at the corner should.
Very notorious for not hearing people and also not clapping.
It's okay. I think I'll keep on holding the. It's okay. The HDMI. You can plug it. So as the technical team works on this, so basically I think Dr. Paul defined what misinformation is, disinformation, malinformation, and I think what I need to bring out is the component that you do it knowingly. That is the point that is there. And in terms of the legal framework, is if you're sharing any information knowingly. So that is the bit that you need to, I think emphasize, because some people, my grandmother could be forwarding, a TikTok video. My mother could be forwarding, whatever message they are forwarding, but they are doing it not knowingly. They just see it. It has so many likes. It's a Bible verse. it's something funny, a meme, and they forward it without, having the intent of harming. So that is, I think, what I need to maybe emphasize in that presentation. Thank you, Tim. So as CA, that is what we're looking at. Our vision is digital access for all. And in doing this, when we have digital access for all, we are also looking at children. We are looking at those vulnerable in community, those who are mostly affected by, this kind of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. And in doing this, what does CA do? So in terms of making sure people have access to this kind of information, then there should be another avenue of protecting also consumers of information. So we have a computer incidents response team at the Communications Authority of Kenya. That is from the, a cybersecurity point of view. But also we have a consumer education and consumer protection education department that looks at the consumers in general. This information, we are looking at this from, maybe coming from the internet, but way before that, we could get information through SMS. What we usually popularly know as committee scams. Tuma pesa kwa hii namba, mtoto wako amefukuzwa shule, ako hospitali, those kind of things. Those are started a long time ago, and that is what we've been fighting for as the CA. That's why you're told you need to register your SIM card, so that if there is need for enforcement, you can be able to know who that number belongs to. But if that is not enforced, you see now there's a gap there. Those are our core values: integrity, innovation, agility, excellence, and inclusion. And inclusion means the young people. And I think one of the driving, one of our big campaign is usually on COP. I know Gimode mentioned boys and girls, but your guardians, your brothers and sisters, your parents, and I think that is also important. I think my content is organized that way, so we'll have definitions which has been, ably handled by Dr. Paul. We'll look at the legal framework, the challenges we are facing, and the approach the government is using in terms of fighting these challenges that we are facing. So I think we'll jump over that. So in terms of the legal framework, and I think Dr. Paul mentioned this in passing, we have the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, which came into force in 2018. This mostly looks at, presents penalties in terms of cybersecurity offenses. One of those would be what is popularly is in Section 23, false information. So when you publish information knowingly, that is where the act comes into play in terms of false information. And there are other ways you can do this. You can do this through broadcast. I know Dr. Paul mentioned about broadcast means, even in broadcasting, you need to make sure that there is a delay in terms of if you are looking at, like live pictures, because you could be broadcasting something and there is, scenes that are not, they are not conducive for children, maybe a dead body, somebody using foul language. So that delay, you see most of the time, even in movies, you'll see they have been censored. But in the internet, nobody, not unless you're very responsible, nobody censors those. And most of these, at the end of it, you get yourself being flagged. I don't know if you guys know, there was an incident of, I think, a Nairobi county executive who, when he went to enforce, he was shooting a video, but in the process went into what you could call a strip club, and that showed images that were not acceptable to that platform. And in that video, it was flagged as being offensive. So you see, unknowingly, you went into, you shot a video, shot images that were not acceptable, and that account was flagged and was taken down because of the images that were portrayed that were not acceptable. So the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, there's always been issues in terms of it's heavy on penalties and not giving remediations, and those are some of the challenges we are looking at. The Data Protection Act, this is looks at personal data, so you can be a data controller or a data processor. So this makes sure that your information, the personally identifiable information, is protected, and how you process it. And now this is a regulatory area that most organizations have to have a data protection officer, so that you're able to protect the information that you're holding of your data subjects. So you realize when there was an issue with, I think, Gen Z, people are publishing phone numbers of politicians online. You know, when you publish my phone number, it exposes me to, a phone number in Kenya is, you know, it gives a lot about me. If you put my phone number online, it exposes a lot about me, and that is an offense in itself. You can't share somebody's ID. You can't share somebody's passport number. You know, that kind of information that is able to personally identify that person and puts that person at risk from scammers, at risk from, you know, all kind of people because once you put it on the internet, you know, it's worldwide. And that the Data Protection Act comes into play so that it protects the data subjects from this kind of scenarios that might arise. Then we have the Kenya Information and Communications Act, KICA, came into play way back in 1998. This is what forms the Communications Authority of Kenya and also gives the mandate in terms of facilitating the prosecution and investigation of cybercrimes. This is the same act that establishes the KSAT, the Computer Incidents Response Team. And this act also provides offenses under which you can't provide information that have been modified and then portraying them as being genuine. And some of the challenges now that are coming up with the new act, with the new technologies, the rise of AI and other technologies, and right now there's an ongoing initiative to review the Kenya Information and Communication Act so that it catches up with technologies and the gaps that have been identified over time. Then in terms of Media Council Act, so as I mentioned earlier, journalists also, you've seen journalists, renowned art journalists posting fake information because they got it from the WhatsApp group, they got it from another Twitter account, and they put it in mainstream media, they put it on the news as factual information. Then later on they come and issue an apology that this information was incorrect because they did not fact check this information. And there's a lot of ways of fact checking this information. I am in a group that a judge posted the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act as having been passed. And I was in the group and I was like, maybe this was passed last night. I'm not aware of this. Went online, tried and checked, called a few people, it hadn't been passed. So I reached out to the gentleman and he's like, I got it from the group for like judges and magistrates. So they are susceptible to that point. But because you're not, maybe at times you're not in that space, you will also pass that information because you're not really invested in that kind of information. But if information is passed about health and you're really a health freak, you might be able to flag it. But me, who's not a health freak, will just pass on that information, taking it as true because it came from an authority, it came from somebody you're close to, and you believe that they would be sharing this kind of information. So the Media Council Act sets standards in terms of journalists and media practitioners in terms of what they need to adhere to as professionals in this area. What I've not put here is the Elections Act. Dr. Paul mentioned about it. Misinformation now is being used in terms of election. I'm sure everybody in the room is aware of what happened in the US some time back in elections. They are being used to, that is being used now to influence elections. And that is something that I think we'll be seeing more and more with the rise of AI and everything. So one day you wake up and they say Dennis was vying for an MCA in Kileleshwa and he stepped down. And that happens overnight, and tomorrow I'm losing votes, and after that, the recourse is you go and challenge in court. That will be way past, the viable period of, intervening. So these are many laws that are there in terms of addressing this. And also in terms of children, there are laws that protect children so that any image that you're posting, I see schools now ask for consent from parents if they need to, post a picture of a child. But that is the school. But the parents, when they go to, they go to Carnival, they go to Mombasa, they willingly post the children of the pictures of their children, and they are taken by other people, manipulated, used for other means, and that presents what other challenges on that space, and which now, when they are reported, being taken down presents another challenge that we'll discuss later in this discussion. I would like to bring what we go through, what social media providers have done is come up with what we call community standards. Community standards are what they hold themselves and their users accountable to. So one of the areas that I talked about, and Dr. Paul mentioned, is election interference. So if there is any content that is deemed to be affecting an election, whether you want to, prop yourself or you want to mislead people in terms of elections, so that is considered an offense in terms of most of these platforms. This example is from the Meta platform. There are a lot of other platforms that are there, and they more or less follow the same standards. Health misinformation. Dr. Paul mentioned about COVID-19. There's a lot of information, and I think when it's beneficial to you when you're selling ginger and lemon and honey, it's for you. But you see, later on, there's other health information that has supplied and also affecting people negatively. Body shaming, it's happening on this platform, and these are some of the standards that are being adhered to by the service providers. Hate speech and incitement. In the legal framework, I mentioned the other laws. There is the NCIC Act that also outlaws, hate speech and incitement to violence. We'll talk about this challenge later, is some of the content that is posted, people post it in nuanced ways. If you post in what you call now, like Shembeteng, it's the new thing, Jimode, I might not be able to read that. But the people who understand that language would understand what it means. And you see the platform owners, let's say Facebook, the Googles, do not know what you're talking about. If I post in my Cheparere language, the people within that locality might understand it, and it might have adverse effects in terms of hate speech and incitement. But the platform owners do not know these kind of nuances. You have to translate for them, show them the effect. If I said, these may be called violence in this specific area, and it happens, it's put on the news, then you have to correlate those two events, that this post led to an injury, led to a death, led to somebody's property being destroyed, so that the platform owners are able to take action on this. Inauthentic behavior, this is creation of fake accounts. There's an account that you try to, you think it's the genuine one, but they've really hidden the bit that they say this is a parody account. So when you try to report the account, you realize that the account owner has said this is a satirical account, it's a parody account impersonating a politician, but the information they post is not satirical. It's as though it's the actual individual posting. So that presents another challenge in terms of looking at this, so that you manipulate public interest. So what are the challenges we are looking at as the authority from this point of view? So content moderation, we are not able to moderate all the content that is online. It's in the, it's what you call now the veracity and the velocity and the volumes that are with this. We can't moderate this, so what the platform owners are doing is try to employ AI. If you're posting a message, let's say of a suicidal message, the AI can pick and try and see, look at your behavior and see that this is, somebody who's suicidal, and they'll flag it, share this information with us, that a certain account is suicidal, and you need to intervene, and at times now reach out to other parties. So as you look at these, somebody posting their mother language in their mother tongue, somebody posting in a way that you're not able to pick it up, an image and all that presents a challenge. And also we can't do this because of the human resource and the challenges presented. Legal framework. I don't know if there was a case that was going on last week. Was it last week or early this week, involving a university student? The student was, I think that was talked about, portraying the president as being in a coffin. And if you follow that discussion, it becomes very difficult in terms of defining what you mean by, false information. What do you mean by it caused panic? You have to really express that information in a way that is not vague per se. So the challenge that we are looking at now is the vagueness in terms of definition, in terms of our legal frameworks, and how they are being interpreted. So some people will interpret a certain concept in law differently, and lawyers in the room, I'm not a lawyer, know how to really bring out these issues and poke holes into the framework that we are looking at. And they are being addressed now. As I mentioned earlier, the Kenya Information and Communication Act is being reviewed. The CMCA, Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, is being reviewed. This is an act that came into force in 2018, and it's already being reviewed. So you see, it's like it will be a sort of like a continual process of reviewing laws so that it catches up with, the challenges that are being experienced in the environment. Enforcement and compliance, we have limited, enforcement capability. If somebody was to post the same message, like hundreds, who are you going to go after, and who are you going to, arrest and bring to justice? So that presents a challenge in terms of enforcement. So I think we need to come up with a better way of doing this, and I think we'll look at it in the next chapter. This is, of course, through user awareness. I'm happy we're having this forum in terms of discussing the challenges with misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Cross-platform coordination, platforms don't talk to each other. So there's an image that is on X, and the same image is on Facebook. Those platforms do not correlate because those are independent platforms. So that if whatever is appearing on X and it's found to be offensive, then should be taken down on the other platform. But that is not happening because of the cross-platform challenges, and we need to have sort of like a unified platform for bringing these stakeholders together and see how best to do this. The good thing now is the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act proposes that most of the service providers who are providing services in Kenya should have like a physical office in Kenya, so that if there's an issue, and most of these issues would affect you or indirectly or directly, when there are nude images of your child, of yourself being out there, and they were shared consensually between maybe partners, but now they find themselves on the internet. That is when you realize you need some of these very close coordinated actions in terms of taking down this content, and those are some of the gaps that we need to look at, so that people do not share information, that was shared between, intimate partners and then being used to, blackmail people and being used to, embarrass people online. So how we are looking at this? So we are looking at collaboration between civil society. We've worked with UNESCO, worked with KCSFA, platforms. So media providers and platforms, the likes of Meta, Google, and etc. Content creators, I think they are in the room today. We've worked with Bake users. Everybody is a content creator in their own right. So you might have maybe 10 followers, but you're still a content creator to those 10 followers. Young people now are starting, YouTube channels as young as, starting, they want to create what they see on YouTube, and they want to, if they're reviewing toys, they're reviewing whatever games, and as a very young age, they want to be content creators. Governments, whether locally, regionally, and internationally. So as Gimode mentioned, we are members of the ITU, we're members of what you call FAST, and I think Lawrence is in the room. Yeah, so the Forum of Incident Response Team, these are organizations that we work with, because you have to have a coordinated approach in terms of how do we address some of these challenges, because they are not unique to Kenya. They are global in nature. So in terms of context, as I mentioned, I think the local context is also very important. Collaboration between private and public organizations, that is key. Reporting content. So I think at the end of this meeting, if you're able to get our contact, it's at the end of the slide. But if you go to KE-CIRT, just put that on your browser, KE-CIRT, you'll find a way of reporting this content to us, and we'll be able to take action if it's something that falls within our mandate, whether it's, we do not only deal with content that is criminal in nature, we also deal with issues that touch the user. Enforcement, action by platforms and government. So the government of Kenya does not shut down internet. It's like It's like when a burglar comes into your house and now you weld all the windows and weld all the doors. So you're shutting yourself even out of your house. So that is not the approach we're using. The approach we're using as a government is to make sure that we're having these discussions and making sure that the users are able to are empowered to protect themselves and take action. User education, we do this. I think we annually we do the music festival looking at children, how they can protect themselves online. We do fora like this. We have conferences. We appear on TV. We have our social media pages, trying to reach as many users as possible, and working with organizations like KCSFA to reach out to everybody, and there are other organizations that are doing this through every platform. We're able to do this. Stakeholder engagement. This is also one of the key areas that I think has been working for us. So the authority does not have all the resources to reach out to everybody, but this is what some of the ways of making sure that we're able to fight these misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, and other cybersecurity challenges. Just that today's topic we focused on fake news and misinformation, but this is the approach that we usually use in terms of trying to reaching out to with the public. So that is my small presentation. Sitauliza maswali. Maswali kama iko, I think they'll come later. And I think I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Well done, Mr. Loyatum. I'm very sure the citizens of the great city of Chepalere are very proud of you. They are permanent representative of Nairobi and the other cities around. And that also includes Kamiti City, which is the oldest city in Kenya, for those who don't know. And the list of the cities is really increasing by the day, courtesy of the young people who are sitting here today, because of they're very versatile, they're very adventurous. By the way, a study done some 7 years ago showed that Kenyans overestimate their ability to spot fake news. And I think that study is still very true in 2025, that we overestimate our ability to spot fake news. There is a report released by Reuters in June this year showed quite interesting outcomes, that influencers and politicians are the top leaders in spreading fake news. Yeah? And the politicians are not just those people you have elected into office. They could be sitting right here in this room, as long as they're in that business of spreading news which is not what is meant to be. Some time back we believed that the then Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was in the US for the inauguration of President Donald Trump. And I saw a lot of arguments on social media. What a profound historical moment that was. Only for Kenyans to discover later that indeed it was somebody sitting in Juja City, created some excellent AI-powered video, to simulate what looked like a very real thing. So you can see the fact that we overestimate our ability, just like overestimating our ability to be scammed online. Sometimes we think we're too clever to be scammed, right? Wale wase wa forex wako wapi? Forex traders, the forex investors in the room. Okay, there's none of them in the room, right? This room is only for good people only. We don't do those things. We're not in that space, right? The guy with the greatest tricks of forex trading. You want to be rich in 1 week. Like Cappuccini. Just gonga to like Cappuccini, you will. I will give you the tricks, right? Isn't it? But who went to KCSFA some time back to scan their iris for some 5,000 bob? Anybody in this room who queued at KICC for some 5,000 bob. After all, what do you lose by scanning your iris? Just go scan too. Then you walk away with 5,000 bob. Is that something? Iris ni kitu ya kunyima mtu? Is it something ya kunyima mtu? After all, you are remaining with the eye anyway. Ama? Anybody who made 5,000 bob at KICC last a few years ago? Anybody who made 5,000 bob? Okay, so now if you had made and nothing happened, you will not be talking, right? So you were not there, isn't it? You didn't hear about it. You don't know anybody. I know a friend of mine who went there. And we've been arguing to date because she said that once she gets that money, she'll buy lunch. So Alienda scanned her iris. And because Kenyans are overestimating their ability to be scammed, overestimating. You think you're too clever to be scammed, right? So you show up there. You know, Kenyans were expecting like kuna scan. Ukitoka wanakuhesabia 5K ukie. Isn't it? So Kenyans who didn't even know what that stuff was all about went there. So once you've scanned your iris, now you're expecting like, you know, watakusota hapo nje ukitoka. Then you're being asked if you have a PayPal account. Who knows a PayPal account? Okay, who knows a PayPal account? PayPal for those who went to school in groups, and PayPal for those who went to group of schools. I went to the other school in groups, so ordinarily if I was not here, I would be calling it PayPal. So they're being asked, do you have a PayPal account? Someone doesn't even have a mobile phone. So you're supposed to have some PayPal accounts. Then you'll be seeing your 5K growing every day in some crypto form in the platform. Then you can withdraw it at I don't know when. So for those who succeeded and they went the long haul, they could see their 5K growing every day, each passing second. But now to remove that 5K ndio uende kwa hoteli ama KFC pale ununue chicken was the problem. Yeah? So I'm still waiting for the lunch to date. Okay, they still love their irises anyway. But we continually overestimate our ability to be scammed. So back to my question, Forex wako wapi? The Forex guys? I see a lot of those clips on TikTok how a Forex guy should be living. You get? I park magari hapo kadhaa hapo kwa nini in some flashy apartment somewhere in an upmarket neighborhood. So when we see those kind of things, we imagine we could be them, right? Isn't it? And for those who are still in college and the kind of networks we create and all that, I know quite a lot of it happening. I'm trying to see whether we can have a setup for our panel session so that then we can finalize that first bit of the story. So because today I was also teaching you about cities in Kenya. The next city you probably need to know about is a city called there's a new city called it's called Korngothuny. Anyone who has heard about the 15th largest city in Kenya called Korngothuny? Kwani you guys, munaishi wapi bwana? Where do you stay? You don't know Chepareria? Amujui. Juja, a few know. But Kamiti City, all of us know, right? Anybody who knows Kamiti City? Then all of us know, isn't it? Ama kuna mtu ajui? Korngothuny is the 15th fastest growing city in Kenya. It is found on the slopes of Mount Elgon. Who knows where Mount Elgon is? Mount Elgon, at least we Anybody knows where Mount Elgon is from that far end? Mount Elgon? So silence means you don't know, or you... Anybody knows where Mount Elgon is? You know where Mount Elgon is? You. You know where it is? You. You know where it is? So Mount Elgon is on the border of Kenya and Uganda. So we have the 15th largest city in Kenya coming up in that area. It'll be bigger than you imagine. And not very many of their citizens are in this room today. But with much progress, we shall be able to increase their representation in this building. So anybody who has an idea about the Forex business? Or with the experience? Who has? You do? As an investor? As a victim or as a trader? A trader, right? We have quite a number of potential investors in this room. You're not? I see some tricks of how to do it. The tricks. You know, to know how to bonyeza hapa chini. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, which Forex? Commodities, right? Okay, anybody understand the other Forex I'm talking about? What is the other Forex? Yeah? Ah, yeah. Kido, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. You don't know how many more investors you might convert here today. I mean, sharing is caring, really. I mean, why should a brother die hungry and... Yeah? Just come 1 minute. 1 minute. In the village where I come from, there's one very, very rich man and so many poor people. So the other day I was in the village and some of the guys were saying, you know, we are praying so much for the rich man to live long. So I asked, why? Because he's really sustaining us here. And it's very wrong for a whole village to have poor people only, at least kama mtu mmoja ni tajiri. All the rest of us get to gain from there. And use a very simple example that tajiri akijipaka lotion inanukia mzuri, they also, by extension, smell. And they've been saying for a very long time, people have been accusing him of eating beef every day because harufu nzuri zinatoka kwa the rich guy because he's the immediate neighbor. And then people imagine he has also been having a very good life. So the Forex trader, just 1 minute to come and just give us one trick, please. Ndugu, 1 minute. You'll be surprised, just 1 minute. Okay. Where is your program? Give me the program. Program. 1 minute of fame might actually change your life. Yeah? He's the only man in the world who has refused to be famous, even when given the opportunity. So we meet again here next year and you'll be telling me the same stories, right? So, the anatomy of fake news. How is fake news fake news? How is it created? How is it spread? How is it monetized? You know? 10 reasons why Chimbiru Gimode collapsed in the bathroom. Number 5 will shock you. Number 5 will? So you run there quickly, look at number 5, isn't it? So, to look at these very, very important subjects, we have a team of experts who shall look at the mechanics of disinformation campaigns. We look at the role of AI or AI, depending on where you come from, bots and also algorithms and what they do in terms of amplifying false content. Looking at the economic incentives behind fake news and the challenges faced by platforms in curbing its spread. What do platform providers like Facebook, X, TikTok, Instagram, and the others do to be able to flag this kind of content from time to time? And they do much of it on a daily basis, failure to which we could be consuming a lot of very, very misleading information. So if you're in this room, I want to call upon Mr. Arthur Adinda, with the founder and manager Nairobi AI. Arthur, are you around? Arthur, uko wapi? Karibu sana ndugu. I was supposed to look at, invite Mr. George Onchaba, who is a tech innovator and software architect. George, uko pande gani? Okay, karibu sana. Then we have, is Esther from the Kenya Network Information Center here? Esther, is she around? Karibia sana. And last but not the least, we have yeah. Just move. You want to put it down away. Don't worry, the stage is as narrow as heaven will be when we arrive there. So only the chosen few will be able to make it to that stage. So don't worry, that's how we have. It's actually deliberate. We wanted to show you something. How it will be when we reach uko juu Sayuni. So as they prepare to Kamba.
Yes.
How is that?
Very well. How about you?
Which ministry?
State Department for Youth and Creative Economy. And I'm Kevin Mugo.
Okay, so we have Mr. Geoffrey Mukamba, who will just be joining the panel also. He's from the State Department for Youth and the Creative Economy. Karibu sana, George Free. And then we have Mr. Who? Kevin Mugo from the Kenya Cyber and Forensic Association will be moderating the session. It's a very lean and highly motivated panel, as you can see. So they'll be unpacking for us quite some important discussions around the anatomy of fake news, which is actually being created and consumed by people who are in this room. Every day, every hour, every second, including now. So karibu sana, and take it right away. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure meeting all of you. For most of the participants, we've been engaging virtually, but for most of us, we've never met physically. So, as you've heard, my name is Kevin Mugo. I was one of the event organizers and working under Kenya Cyber Security and Forensics Association. So today has been a good day, and I'm happy that we've been able to converge together so that we can be able to exchange ideas and also learn from each other. So I'm Kevin Mugo, as I've just said. I'm into cyber security, digital forensics, and also a trainer in data analytics. So from there, I'll give a minute to each one of our panelists so that they can be able to introduce themselves and what they do. Majorly, we have people from government, the IT sector, from artificial intelligence, and also from system administration. Majorly, what we'll be doing is that we will try to dissect misinformation and disinformation from all facets of these groups of people, so that we can be able to understand it from different points of view. So thank you very much, and I believe it shall be a great session.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Geoffrey Mwikamba from the State Department for Youth and Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. And majorly in my lifetime, I've spent it developing systems and also supporting systems. But I think for the last 8 or so months, I've moved from developing systems and supporting systems to managing human beings. And I think someone earlier on said that the most difficult thing to deal with is human behavior. And I think I'm learning the hard way that dealing with human beings, including dealing with fake news that come from human beings, is the most difficult thing that one can deal with. Thank you. I think we'll engage more as we progress on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Adwets. I am a data protection and quality assurance officer at KENIC. KENIC is Kenya Network Information Center. So what we do is we administer the .ke namespace. So any domain, when you hear, say, esther.co.ke, when you hear KCSFA.co.ke or .or.ke, that's us.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Arthur Adinda Otieno. I'm an entrepreneur and I'm a founder and community manager for Nairobi AI community. So what we do as a community is, of course, we are a community of young professionals from all economic sectors. So as a community, we do train individuals, or rather everyone who's interested in the tech world, to automate all their daily workflows, because I mean, AI is the future of work, and we need to actually get done with repetitive work so that the workforce, or rather everyone in the workforce, can actually focus on building actual real projects. So at Nairobi AI community, we're on a mission to make everyone automate their life. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Jojo Nchaba. I'm a founder of Nigenje, a distributed resilient system. I'm also a researcher in type theory and formal systems. I've authored a paper called Lambda Safe Degradation in Distributed System, which will come in handy in cybersecurity because it helps enforce invariants and everything so that we can have resilient systems. I'm also a software architect and a software developer with 8 years of experience.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe that was very great introduction from very powerful people. And the first aspect of misinformation and disinformation that we will have is based on artificial intelligence. I believe our first speakers have already dissected what this is. And now from there, we have known and we can acknowledge that artificial intelligence is one of the methodologies or key frameworks that can be used when it comes to now the release of such troublesome issues that we have in our community. So question is, beyond it being a source of a great challenge, how can people leverage on artificial intelligence so that they can be able to now get the correct version of this information and also to be updated and things of the such?
All right, thank you for the question. So currently there are so many AI tools that people can use, both paid and free versions. I personally normally use factit.ai. So it's more of a fact checker tool. But yesterday I was actually at the launch for Qubit Hub, and the team at Kala came up with a really nice fact checker tool that it's really relevant to the Kenyan ecosystem. So which I believe that will be the most relevant fact checker tool that I can recommend. So it's called Nation Intelligence. It's still in beta testing, but what they do is they've pulled all the relevant information from Nation Media Group, and we all know Nation Media Group spans across 4 different countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. So it's information from all the 66 years of Nation Media Group's existence. So from this beta testing, we can see that there are actually fact-checking tools that are relevant to the Kenyan ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just to add on to that, there are also tools that you can be also to look back down memory lane. For example, there was information that was released about 2 years ago, but now how do you retrieve it after a person would be able to, or a person has been able to drop it off? So the best thing to do, maybe there are also sites like archive.org. So historically, you can be able to get them and then now fact check based on now the concept that he has been able to tell us. Now, beside now the artificial intelligence side, there's also the government perspective when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. In the recent past, we've been able to see that the government has been a major victim that has been falling prey for such scenarios. And the examples are common to all of us. And it has been more of an information warfare season in the country and even the world at large, because there is the abundance of information, and as long as it's in the internet, limiting it to whoever it will be able to reach may be a challenge. So from the government perspective, what is it that the government is putting in the forefront when it comes now to the prevention of such problems in the area of misinformation and disinformation?
Thank you for the question. And usually the government does a lot of stuff, but we lack visibility in that we don't usually provide information as fast as most likely the citizens or stakeholders would wish for. So one of the best ways of countering fake news is to ensure that the same platforms that are being used by the crooks to spread information that is not true, the government should actually use the same speed and the same platforms to provide information that is accurate, timely, and is correct and up to date. And actually, there are platforms that government uses, the same social media platforms. Each state department, the government spokesman utilizes the same. The only challenge sometimes is that the government does not release this information as fast as is possible. But the government actually is utilizing the same tools that are used for fake news to release information that is factual, correct, and up to date to the citizenry and the stakeholders. Thank you.
We appreciate it, sir, and that's a very good response. Just to add some tie to that, there's the aspect of social media platforms with regards to government bodies. For example, you have various ministries, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Interior, and the rest. Each of these ministries, I believe we do know that they all have social media platforms, and the good thing is that they have a huge following. So it's highly recommended to always confirm what is the official social media handle or pages for this organization, so that anything that might leak out that is not appropriate will be handled in the best way. For instance, there have been a lot of laws when it comes now to the taxation specialization or area, and we've seen a lot of fake confirmation information from the KRA social media platforms. So we can use that as a case study of how the government has already taken effort to curb this item that we have. So on to the next.
Before you move to the next,
yeah, sure.
before you move to the next, you ask what the government is doing. I do not know if you are aware, but you can report malicious domains. You can report if you see a website that is, if it's a .ke or even .com, you can report to CSAT. There's a keynote speaker that spoke about it. Yeah. Yes. He spoke about it. When you get the email, then you report that domain to CSAT. For us, when we get it at KENIC, what we do is we suspend the domain. So that's number one. We suspend the domain. The other thing we do is we sinkhole those domains. So that is more of an action of what the government is doing, or we are not the government, but what different stakeholders are doing, different people are coming together to do. So if you see a malicious domain, if you see the recent one, let me give you an example. The recent one, there's a recent domain we saw of NTSA News. There's someone registered a domain, called it ntsanews.co.ke, and you see, for you, if you see, when you go online and then you see ntsanews.co.ke, you're highly you believe it's true, right? You believe it's legitimate. You think that's a legitimate website, but it's not. So what happens? On our side, it's reported to CSAT, and then it's investigated, a report is sent to us, and a directive to suspend that domain. Yes.
Good explanation there. And just to emphasize on it, based on a case study, there was one that under the Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensics Association that we had liaised with the CSAT, as she has described. And the scenario was this person was creating fake job applications for people, but now under a malicious website. So people were submitting information and even going to an extent of being extorted in the name of, you have been shortlisted, you need this, you need that. But that was well handled, and it's something that at least we can see from the practical scenario that it's something that is workable. Still on the same, we will now get into the minds of these people, or maybe amongst us, maybe by mistake or knowingly, we've all been agents of releasing fake news, okay? So from an investigative point of view, what goes through the mind of this propagandist or this person who is trying to release fake news? What might be the motive for these persons? And beyond the motives, what else can we do as people in this room so that we can be able to create that change and create that impact? Because everything starts from you at a personal level, moves to the next person and to the other. So what is it that we can do? And before we even get into case studies of such scenarios.
Okay, we'll go slowly. Your first question was on what goes on in the mind of the people who spread misinformation. So the first thing about misinformation, it relies on our humanness, yeah, your human weaknesses. When I give you, we have misinformation and we have disinformation, okay? So misinformation is when you get a fact wrong. It might be accidental, might be, there's something you had, you didn't get it right, and you move on with it. Disinformation is now when I deliberately spread false information. I make false information, then I deliberately spread it. When we, please repeat the first part. What goes on in the mind? Yes. So all of these things, they rely on our human weaknesses. Number one, you want to confirm your biases. You're highly likely to believe information that already confirms something you believe, or something you suspect, or something you're scared about. If I say, for example, right now, the rate of poverty in Kenya is maybe 50% of families in Kenya are poor, you're going to believe that if you have that thought. It might not be true, it's not a fact, but you're going to believe it because you're already scared. It's a fear at the back of your head. Yeah. So most of these people that spread propaganda, they go with your fears. They look at what is the current state of affairs. People are fighting. People are trying to fight the political. People are trying to advocate for better policies, better governance. Yeah. So what can I do about it? How can I take advantage of this to lure you, to misinform you, and also to disinform you, to spread the agenda, to spread my agenda. Well, another thing, just like I've said, it's depends on our humanness. It depends on our weaknesses as humans. And those are things that they're in us already. Those are things we can't fight them. You can't fight your emotions. We are irrational. Even if we say, oh, men are rational and women are irrational, all of us are irrational. We depend on emotion for some reason, all of us, for all our decisions, all the decisions we make, indirectly or directly. So those are things you cannot fight. Those are things you cannot, when you remove them, you cease to become human altogether. Yeah? So that's how people who spread misinformation, that's how they think, that's how they work. You remember when there's a time we were ticketing, when we had the Chan football tournament. Like when it's a big tournament, is it still a tournament? Okay. So at that time we saw MOOC. The legitimate website for MOOC is MOOC.com, but we saw someone come up with MOOC.co.ke. Yeah, so I'm going to answer that question in a bit. So what can we do? So now this is on what we can do. Number one is awareness. We need to be aware. We need to be in spaces where we learn. So you see, this information, when it's here, all of us know. All of us at least have some basic knowledge. But when we get outside, the person outside this door does not know that. Yeah? So we need to give out this information as much as possible. Tell your neighbor, remind them. So we had MOOC.co.ke, and people bought tickets. There are people who'd buy tickets from MOOC.co.ke, and they do not know that this is not the legitimate website. Yes. What was the third question? Okay, thank you.
Great explanation there, and the wisdom was flowing naturally. Thank you for that. So just to add on top of that, the most common type of attack, the attack that she has tried to term, we usually call it drive-by farming, PH, not farming in the gardens, but rather PH, drive-by farming. So ourselves, from our own organizations where we work from or for, it calls upon us because we are all agents of some kind that we are releasing for various purposes, whether marketing, whether also for public or general awareness. We need to be able to get this all put in place. Another thing that can be added on top of it, items that we usually look at as agents, is whether on the technical side we have records such as DMARC and DKIM. Maybe you can also check that as a side assignment, so that once a communication comes from you, it can be confirmed that you are the one who was the source of this information. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thought maybe I should add my voice.
Sure.
And say this thing we are calling humanness actually kills us. Because when you're told, don't put your finger here, there is fire, you actually put your finger. True? For the men who are here, when you're told, don't irrigate here, what do? Yeah. So now, I think we should educate ourselves and those who are not in this room that we should have zero trust on everything. That we trust nothing, always we should verify. Even when you see a smiling face, you should remember that what you are seeing is a mask. When you receive any form of communication, always ask yourself twice or thrice whether this is what it seems to be. So for me, I think even when we have technologies, even when we train ourselves to have knowledge, we should remember that beneath the surface, the human being needs to be dealt with, and dealt with very hard, in terms of being reminded that what we see on this earth, what we hear, might not necessarily be true. That always we put it in the basket of the unknown, unacceptable. We only put it on the other side once we have verified. Thank you.
Sure. Kindly contribute.
Right. So my two colleagues here have talked about something really meaningful, and I remembered a research I was doing a while back, And you asked what goes through the minds of these people who spread misinformation and disinformation. So the research that I was doing, it was actually from a paper from two Mozilla Foundation fellows, and the research was titled Inside the Shadowy World of Disinformation for Hire, something close to that. So they were talking about how people with like economic and political power use verified people to actually sway public opinion. Yeah. So if they want to like pass something that they feel, okay, this public should actually be for me, then what they do is they actually work like a well-oiled machine. Yeah, that was the exact words that the researchers use. So they plan campaigns, and they actually prepare the content, and they amplify this content through now AI bots that have recently come up, through paid influencers, because at the end of the day, our influencers pia wanatafuta unga. So if somebody pays me an easy 5,000 shillings just to send something, and it doesn't necessarily affect me, then I'll definitely do it if I was in that position. So what goes through the minds is actually they want to sway public opinions as well.
Very true. And it's always advisable, do not trust. And the aspect of zero trust, just to emphasize on it, it's one of the most key items in cybersecurity. And what it means is that, in simple terms, maybe I've been working with you for like 7 years, and you have had a good rapport. We can have a good rapport outside on other items, but now when it comes to information systems, that's where we draw the line, and all trust can be broken at a temporary kind of approach. So, and also the other thing is that the major reason why systems fail or these issues come up, it's due to the human aspect, as you've been told. So it's always good to always go back to the drawing line. What is it that I can do as myself from a personal level, as a student, as a staff, as a parent, as anyone in this world that we are in, so that we can be able to be on the safe side. In the recent past, we've been seeing a lot of people who have been caught on the line when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. So the issue is, what is it that we can consider them as their rights, even though they are people who have not yet been proven to be guilty or have been found to be guilty of an offense? What is it that we, as the people who are filing something against them, as maybe, for example, digital rights activists and the rest, what is it that can be as an advantage to their side or in these scenarios, and also on the other side now and to us, who may be potentially the people who are filing complaints?
Hello, everyone. So on that topic, I'd like to say that censorship is not an option, because there's a very thin line between censorship and, for example, on limiting freedom of speech that's in the Constitution. So what the government should do is try to come up with ways to enable people identify fake news or misinformation or disinformation. This can be done through coming up with action plans, like we have models like the Rabat plan. It's called Rabat. So the Rabat plan is a framework that is used to identify the intent, the action, and the motivation behind the sharing of fake news. So once you identify with the Rabat plan, and then now you can take constitutional or legal action towards the misinformers. For example, we have acts like the Cybersecurity Act 2018 and all that. Remember, during COVID times, we had such incidents that we had so much misinformation. Some people were arrested for it, and it all keeps coming back. So what we all need to do again is to enable the digital space by enabling for example, the ICT Authority of Kenya has partnered with the UNDP to enable a platform called iVerify to verify these fake news. The government also should publish the news towards their portals for fact checking. For example, if someone says that, for example, 10 million Kenyans live with HIV and AIDS, some people will believe that without fact checking, but we have platforms that they can go, the portals, to check that information. Again, on my own end, apart from the government, as a software architect and a researcher, I've come up with a way to identify this without even using AI. We have a platform called Nigenje. So in this platform, we check against invariants. Invariants, in simple terms, are truths that hold, that don't change no matter what. So for those in the cybersecurity space, you can say that, for example, an invariant that we have is you cannot forward a packet if it's not certified. For example, something like that.
What is a packet?
Okay.
For the normal
A
person.
packet is the smallest data that can be packaged. Yes, a small amount of data that can be packaged. So we have these invariants. So in our system, we have 3 invariants. We have hard, probabilistic, and soft. So for the government, it can, for example, use the hard invariants during the elections. Let's say we are in 2027, and someone has said that a particular candidate has such a number of votes. So if you have invariants that hold, the system will check against that and flag it off as a false or misinformation. So, and we have various avenues to combat this misinformation from the government, and I think the government of Kenya is trying as much as possible, because you've seen that it's embracing digital space, the AI and everything, like the iVerify that I said, partnerships with UNDP, and now I think they have a bill on the AI Act and everything. So it's not all about censorship, it's all about mitigating, separating the true and the false. And apart from the government, I think platforms like X have really enabled this, because they have their AI agent called Grok. So on every post, you can just ask at Grok, is this true? And it'll just tell you based on the facts. And also it flags some posts, and it can say, for example, this is not true or this is false. Yes.
Thank you very much. And maybe she can add in a short.
Okay, I have 3 things. When we say there's a thin line between censorship and expression, I feel like we're putting so much responsibility on the government, don't you think? Because you see, there's a difference. Look at the behavior, look at the target behavior. What is the end goal? When you go online to post something, what's the end goal? There's a difference between giving my opinion and abusing the other speaker. There's a big difference, yeah? That's the difference between now freedom of expression and also now censorship, when we say, oh, we're gonna take this post down. Then the second thing is legal basis. In data protection, there's usually a legal basis for collecting any form of data. I think the thing we can do with that is, what is the legal basis? When we say we are bringing this down, what is the legal basis? Yeah, so we look into that direction. Then number 3 is technology and law don't go so well. They go well together, but they also don't go so well together. For us to bring a law, for us to update a law, do you know how long it takes? For us to update, even to have an act, how long it takes to edit a small part to incorporate things. It takes a while. But also, you see, technology moves fast. Technology is not waiting for us lawmakers. It's not waiting for the government. It's not waiting for policymakers. So while we wait, what are we going to be doing? What will we do? We are the users of the internet, you and I. So the internet is only as safe as you make it and as safe as I make it. So as we wait for those law amendments that we want, as we wait for those favorable policies, it is your responsibility to self-preserve in sort of self-preserve. Choose what you consume, choose what you spread before you spread something. Can you confirm, can you verify? Then the other thing I want us to move away from, I know there's a lot of AI models. Well, everything AI says is not true, okay? If you put something on Grok, if you want to confirm information on Grok could be wrong. ChatGPT could be wrong, so wrong, because these models are trained by some sort of data, right? Where's this data coming from? If you've watched Social Dilemma, there's a documentary called Social Dilemma, and it talks about algorithms and how technology is used to quote unquote spy on us. And you know how it says there's a lady that says algorithms are opinions embedded in code. AI, they use algorithms, yeah? Right now, if you go to ChatGPT, one thing you and I are noticing about ChatGPT is becoming so agreeable. If you say something, ChatGPT is gonna say yes, yeah? And this agreeability, there's a risk to it. So if I put information there and I want it to confirm, if I run information on ChatGPT or Grok, and I've used Grok or ChatGPT for a long time, when you use AI for a long time, it comes to a time when it's as the peak times. It starts to mirror you. It starts to be a lot like you, and then you start thinking, oh, ChatGPT is good. Oh, ChatGPT hears me. I feel seen. I feel heard. That is nonsense, guys. We need to be very vigilant. Not everything AI says is true. Okay, so please confirm. We do not have to rely on AI, because we are getting to a time when we are making agreeable AI, and agreeable AI is dangerous AI. We are seeing ChatGPT assisted suicide. We are seeing there's a person who was chatting with ChatGPT and telling ChatGPT I think he was suspecting that his mother was trying to poison him. So they were doing a plan with ChatGPT on how to take out the mother. Crazy, you know? All of these AI models, you see, at the end of the day, they are just opinions embedded in code. Someone trained those AI models, and the more you use it, the more it learns you. Because when I create an AI model, I want you to use it, right? I want you to use it a lot of times. I want you to keep coming back. That's how I'm going to make money, yeah? So how do I do that? I make it agreeable. It agrees with you. How do we make friends? If you're going to make friends, if I want to make friends here, I'm going to look for people who we have some sort of likeness, right? And that's what people are trying. That's the risk right now with AI. That's the risk that we see with systems that we are building. So don't trust AI, please. And I'm not saying all AI is bad, but I mean, you have a brain of your own. Please, let's make some use of it. At the end of the day, when we say our humanness is our weakness, but it's also our strength. Yeah? Thank you. Sorry about the lecture.
Yeah, so I started off by saying yesterday I was at a launch at Qubit Hub. It's at Marsabit Plaza along Kong Road. And my fellow panelists here has actually touched on something that we extensively talked about yesterday. It's about training local data. So when you look at the current models that have been trained, think of the large language models that we have. All of these have been trained on mostly the global north, data. So what Qubit and Kala are doing at the hub is they're inviting everyone in the research space, whether you're a developer, whether you're in cybersecurity, to come and actually use that space and come up with an African-themed model that can actually answer African-related questions. So when we actually start from training our own data sets using these facilities that we have, then we can now go all the way to curbing this misinformation. So I want to challenge everyone in the room to make good use of the lab at Qubit to either come up with a model that you can actually train to curb misinformation and disinformation.
Thank you for those insights. I think it is more of for Africa by Africa. It's a time and chance that we all breathe the same air with people from the east, the west, and also other parts of the world that have had very huge milestones in innovation. So I think this is our right time, this is our season, that we as Kenyans, because for instance, for the participants, we've seen a lot of great work that you've been able to do, especially tied to misinformation and disinformation on in quotes, a short notice, because I think it's been something that has been in the pipeline for about 3 weeks or so. But I'm happy that amongst us, there are also people who have been on the front line when it comes to such items. So let's try to build ourselves our own systems. It may not be perfect, that's the first thing, but there's always a room for improvement, and I think it mainly falls under software development methodologies, whereby we have first version, second version, third. So I would encourage us, do not fear, do not look back. I don't have this, I don't have that, but the best thing is to start wherever you are. So kindly, you can give your contribution as we move to the next.
Yes, I'd like to contribute on the AI part and the misinformation. There's an article I read about generative AI, and it was saying that when AI models have some limitations, and that is when they are not sure, they tend to have a fallback mechanism, in which by they say the next truth they know. So while using AI, just be cautious enough to know that to always counter check what you see and what you are given. For example, that's why in the software development industry right now we have some code cleaners, because you get that some companies use AI to generate code, and then they have some vibe coders who come in turn and clean the code and remove the bugs and everything. So we are all encouraged to see that. And again, models like DeepSeek always give a warning. They say that this is AI generated and verify with other sources. So I don't think we should demonize AI as such, because again, to some extent, it contributes a lot to our identity as people. Whether we like it or not, AI right now is shaping identities.
Very true.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think with that, could there be any burning question from our guests or our participants that maybe you'd like us to handle with regards to what we've talked, and also what we've moved or been able to cover so far?
Thank you. It's not a question actually. It's to the panelists from KCSFA. And I think in the quest for the government to try and help bring down the misinformation, disinformation, fraud in the society and stuff, I think KCSFA has a very big role to play with regard to what is happening in our current Kenyan society, especially the media. And my question to her, or rather maybe a suggestion to her and to the rest of the team back at KCSFA is, I think we are very soft when it comes to registration of domains in the country, especially the .ke domains. For us people who are in the cyberspace, it's very easy to clone websites to depict certain entities and pass misinformation. But when it comes to registration of a domain at the clinic, I think it takes less than 5-10 minutes. I have my domain up and running. And I think in terms of authentication, I think we can do better. I think we have identification documents that are required for people to verify that actually you own this particular domain. If it belongs to a company, then of course you have also to submit all the company registration documents, at least just to make sure that in case something happens, then we know who to go to. But right now, I think we have been more of a reactive society more than proactive in terms of curbing these kinds of domains that are coming in. I don't know how that can be dealt with moving forward.
Okay. Thank you so much for your question and suggestion. So number one, the advantage. I'm going to talk about the positive side and the negative side, and I'm going to explain perhaps why we are seeing these cases. So number one, businesses are going online. Post-COVID, all businesses want to be online. So you want systems that work. You want your website to be up as fast as possible, right? So on the economic side, this is a plus. Then number two, I want us to understand the responsibility of KCSFA, the relationship between KCSFA and the registrants, then the registrars. So KENIC is a registry. Sawa, KENIC is on top there, it's a registry. Below KENIC, we have registrars, okay? So registrars are people you go to when you want to, TrueHost. I don't know if you've heard of TrueHost, you've heard of Host Africa. Those are our registrars. After registrars, we have registrants, me and you. Let's assume I'm not working at KENIC. So registrants, we are the third. So when I want to buy a domain, when you want to buy a domain, you're not going to buy directly from KENIC, Sawa. You're going to buy directly from the registrar. Then the registrar, you see, now for KENIC, where we come in is now we administer the space. That's where now, if there's a case of a fake malicious domain, a domain has been reported for something, that's now when we come to suspend it. But I also want you to understand that we're not just suspending domains. We have people, I might have a business. Another person, the fellow panelist might also have a business. If I have malicious intent, I would just report their domain. If there were no mechanisms to suspend, I would just report his domain and say, so this domain, I think it's doing this and this, when it's just doing better than my business. Then if we have no mechanisms to, we have no, say, measures to, like investigation measures, I'll just go and suspend it. But what does that do to the competitor's business? You get me? So now, when that happens, that's why now all of your reports have to go through CSAT. Sawa. That's why you have to report all incidents to CSAT, where it's .com.ke. But I also want you to take note that for us at KENIC, we have power over, now we only administer, not power per se, but we only administer .ke. So those are the ones we allocate. So those are the ones that we administer. So I want you to get the relationship between registrar, registry at the top, then registrar, then registrant. So even if you register a domain right now, we're gonna pick it. We're gonna pick it if it's used for malicious intent. We've picked so many of them. So you see, you have to also get the challenge that you're not buying the domain directly from us. So we might not be able to, for us as the registry, we're not going to be able to catch those things immediately. But when they're reported, the measures, the things that I've done to cap that. Okay, so like I've told you, there was mooc.co.ke, there was NTSA News, the most recent one was ntsanews.co.ke. You see, that was picked. There was a registrar that registered that domain. Why didn't we pick it quickly? Because you're not registering domains to us, okay? But also, does not mean that we're not doing anything about it. When we're onboarding registrars, there are very strict measures, like the things, there's a process to go about it. So then now, we have to work together to ensure that all of these malicious domains are taken down. Because, I mean, do you want us to compromise your business uptime at the expense of, should that be at the expense of your business? We are running businesses, right? You are running businesses, really. You are running businesses. So again, we want to try create a balance. Your business goes up, but also when you report these domains, when you report these cases, that's when we catch them quickly. And then when we catch them, investigations are done, and then these domains are taken down. Okay? Yeah. And we're also working with registrars to find a way to reduce most of these, if it's NTSA, if it's KCB, so for these non-organizations, so we're working to not have, if it's .com, we're working to not have someone register it as .co.ke. Right now, you see, there's no registrar that is allowed to register .go.ke. Something is happening. So also don't want you to see like this, nothing is happening, just talk, no. So for .go.ke, we know most people like to scam people, the government. So what's happening for .go.ke, the only person allowed to register .go.ke domains is ICT authority. So that's progress, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's been a very powerful conversation. And I believe the time allocated in the program can never be enough. It calls for more and more open-ended conversations. I know we've engaged based on the most critical items, but at least we've handled one major issue, and I believe we've been able to get a response. But I believe it's a wake-up call for all of us to carry out the roles as we've been able to discuss, as we've been able to learn today, so that we can be able to be on the safe side. So receive our gratitude for all of you who have been able to join in, and also to our panelists for releasing that information passionately and in the most truthful way possible. And in this era and in this digital age, let us remember that lies are being digitally manufactured, and we are on the pipeline, or at one point in our lives we'll be able to receive them. So it's upon us to know what is right and what is not, and from there to take action if need be and wherever possible. So thank you very much, our panelists, for your time. Once again, I'm Kevin Mugo from Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensics Association, and it's been a pleasure moderating for you this talk, and we'll be able to meet, interact, and share more later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kevin. That was quite an enlightening session there, and very insightful thoughts from our panelists. I just tried to ask two AI platforms if they know me. Two of them, eh? So I asked one of them, who is Chimbiru Gimode? One of them tells me, there's no available information about Chimbiru Gimode in my current data. If you have more context or details, I might be able to help further. So I asked them again, you mean you don't know Chimbiru Gimode? Are you real? Are you for real? They say, yes, I don't have information about Chimbiru Gimode in my current database. If this is a personal topic related to recent events or specific to a certain area, it might not be documented in my training data. If you can provide more details or context, I'll do my best to assist you. I'll go ahead and ask them, so are you serious? Chimbiru Gimode is very popular, come on. And they say, I understand you're saying Chimbiru Gimode is very popular. However, I do not have any information about this individual in my current data. It's possible that they are a recent figure, a local personality, local like in my village, a local personality, or someone gaining recognition after my last update. If you'd like, you can tell me more about them, and I can try to assist you based on the information you provide. So you can see this very popular man here is not known. So I ask another one, who is Chimbiru Gimode? And this one knows me very well. So Chimbiru Gimode is a Kenyan communications an international relations scholar with over 14 years of experience in media and corporate sectors. Goes on and on and on and on and on. Then I ask them, why is Gimode such a popular person in Kenya? Then they say Gimode is very popular in Kenya primarily due to his significant contributions to communications and public relations and many other stories. What we're trying to say here is that AI may not be all-knowing, just like all of us don't know each other here very well. Have you been in a situation where you think people know you very well and nobody seems to recognize you? You're passing around and nobody is saying hi. So we are like that also in that space. So as a key takeaway from that session, in the online space we trust, but we verify, right? What seems true may not be true, even if it looks like so. And no matter who is saying it, they might also not mean what they're saying. The good news is that we're about to break for tea. That should be good news for everybody, especially this friend of mine. He's been asking me, what time are we breaking for tea? And I kept telling him, relax kidogo. So we're about to do so in the next few minutes, except for one small ritual which we have to do to crown the morning session in a manner that is expected. So, at this session, we shall be hearing from the representative of the Director General of the Communications Authority of Kenya to formally bless this forum. And if you can hear me from wherever you are, please usher Dr. Vincent Gundi in and Mr. Kenny Zagira in, so then we can formalize this session and then break for tea and come back to finish the 2 remaining sessions of the day. So, you heard that AI doesn't know me, even though I'm very popular in my village. Very many people in my village know me a lot. And that includes the village drunkard, who is the worstest person we've ever seen in our village. He then have a mobile phone, and every time you're looking for him, you have to literally walk in the village to be lucky to, meet him by chance along the streets in the village to be able to meet him. So when you agree to meet tomorrow, that agreement is based on the fact that you'll be lucky enough to meet him. And that will be if he is not already drunk, which means he may not remember that you actually had an appointment with him. But every time we meet, the kind of wisdom he oozes is quite mind-opening. And the things they say when they're inspired is quite insightful. Welcome very much, Dr. Ngundi and Mr. Kenny's. So we shall move quickly to the opening ceremony of this event, which is a cybersecurity and youth forum hosted jointly by the Communications Authority of Kenya and the Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensics Association. Dr. Ngundi, while you were away, we had very, very insightful sessions in the morning around navigating truth and lies in the information age. We looked at governing the web, the role of CA from a regulatory and enforcement perspective. And as you are watching in, we just wound a panel session on how disinformation is created, spread, and monetized. So it is now my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the stage Mr. Kenny Zagira, the chairman of the Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensics Association, to give his welcoming remarks. And formally welcome Dr. Vincent Gundi, who is the Director of Cybersecurity and head of the National Computer Incidents Response Team, the National KSAT. Mr. Zagira, tafadhali. If you're not jealous, you can clap again. Thank you.
Good morning. Wait, njaa imeanza kumshika. Anasema afternoon, but I can see it's still 11, eh? It's all right. We're just some few minutes to swallow sheep, so you don't need to worry. We're delighted. I'm actually delighted to stand here before. I was here before. How many saw me for the first time? I want to see those who came early. How many saw me the first time? Yule hakukuwa, yule alikuwa kweli? Amechelewa. It's honor and privilege that we gather here today and to have this occasion talk about issues about youth. The word cybersecurity is there, but I think the key word here is youth forum, isn't it? And as youths, I know youths have so many problems and so many challenges. Kazi hakuna, mahusiano pia zinasumbua, And again, parents pia wanaona kama bado nyinyi ni watoto, yet you've grown up. So all those such challenges have been there with us since time memorial. But of interest to us, the reason why we decided to have this session or forum, we live in this country. And because of the benefit of the ICT and that we have and the internet, so these days we consume so much content, which is the advantage of having this, advantage of having, advancement in technology. But of our concern was not even the issue about advancement in the internet and technology. It was about what are we consuming online? And as we consume this content, how are we reacting to this content? We've seen what has been happening. We feel there's so much that misinformation and disinformation, which again happens intentionally. People distort facts. And so you as a youth, you are left there wondering, how will I even decipher this and that? And we felt, apart from that, we now need to have a very sober discussion. Say everything that is online isn't bad, all right. But then we need to have the ability to know the difference. And most importantly, it's us to be the change agent into the entire discussion. Because we've seen, I think the first speaker alluded to something. If not today or maybe yesterday when we were talking, he said, for some reason, even the young people I call them the young ones who are still in primary school, are getting access to this. Those are in secondary school are getting access to this. And as we speak, some institutions are even back at home because of the misuse of what? The online platform that we have. So the idea here, we need to have that sober discussion from here. So I just challenge you, from this discussion, don't go home if you do not know, at least you haven't received or got a tip on how you can identify some bit of fake news or misuse of the same platform. I'm not here to give a lecture, either I'm here to preach. So with these few remarks, I want to welcome Director of Cybersecurity from Communications Authority. If you know the National SAT, you've heard it. Confirm. Let me just make it simpler. Hey, WhatsApp imeleta shida. Na ile tuma pesa kwa hii namba na inaendaenda. Most likely, when you report, utakutambia umeenda kwa watu wa cyber, umeenda kwa CA. When you go to CA, most likely hii idea itafika kwa meza yake. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to welcome Dr. Francis Ngudi to come and give us an opening remark, and then we call the session open. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Yeah, I know one of my colleagues thinks it's afternoon. I think it's because, as the chairman said, he's feeling a bit either impatient or hungry. But good morning once again. Yes, first I'd like to say that I'm here to represent our CEO, our Director General, Mr. David Mugonyi. He actually wanted to be here together with the chairman of our board, but they had to attend to other matters that came up today. And so the DG requested me to represent him. So I'm here to speak on his behalf. And I have some remarks from him, which I'll read at some point. But I'd like to say first, KCSFA and my colleagues at CA, this is a wonderful opportunity. I think you've done well. I'm seeing a lot of youth in this house. This is truly a youth forum. It is a youth forum with few adults. Not adults, but old people. Let me put it that way, to separate between the youth. Everything from people receiving others, the registration, you can truly tell that as much as we have tried to come in and support, this is a youth-led initiative where the old people are trying to pass the baton to the youth. I'd also like to say that this is not just a good thing to do anymore. This is an obligation on the part of adults. It is an obligation and a must-do for those who really mean well for the future of this country. And therefore, it is not tafadhali. This is really what we have to do to make sure that the future of this country is bright. I was just looking at statistics. And according to the 2019 census, 75% of this country are youth. I'm sure that number has grown. And out of that 75%, 67% are aged between 18 and 35. And like my father told me one time, when he retired, he told me, now that I've retired and there's nobody in between yourself and me, it means that what I was doing is what you're supposed to be doing. You'll continue doing what I was doing. And I think that's what statistics are telling us, that the youth are not the future of this country. They are the present. So it's not about preparing the youth for tomorrow, because that tomorrow is actually today. We need to empower the youth, and I think that's the focus of this forum. Because in any case, the youth will decide their today and their future. The least we can do is assist them to make informed decisions. And I think that's the purpose of this forum today. So with those few remarks, let me read our Director General's speech. Mr. Keniz Agira, the chairman of KCSFA, the Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensic Association, government representatives. I'm informed the director of ICT, State Department of Health, is here. Or State Department of Youth is with us here. Excellent. Let's give him a round of applause. He's actually a friend of mine. Good to see you. I didn't know. Yeah, he's a friend of mine actually. Good to see you. We also have a representative from the Kenya Private Schools Association, seated right here, which is very encouraging, and we'll be exploring how best to also work with the private sector schools to enhance and progress these programs. Panelists, innovators, content creators, invited guests, members of the Fourth Estate. Allow me to welcome you all to this cybersecurity forum, organized by the authority in partnership with the Kenya Forensics and Cybersecurity Association. And it's aimed at empowering the youth with the skills to think critically, question what you see, and navigate the digital world with confidence. In today's digital age, the internet offers incredible opportunities for learning, connecting, and exploring new ideas. But alongside these benefits lies a growing challenge: the spread of false information. Whether it's misinformation shared by mistake or disinformation deliberately created and crafted to mislead. Both shape opinions, they fuel division, and even lead to real-world consequences. Young people, in particular, are often the most exposed to these online risks. That's why the panel discussion around this forum's theme, Unpacking Disinformation and Misinformation in Cyberspace, are timely. Ladies and gentlemen, through the panel discussions, interactive tabletop exercises, and scenario-based role-playing, together we'll learn how to spot fake news, check facts, and become responsible, informed members of the online community. As the industry regulator, our regulatory mandate has given rise to robust mechanisms that make Kenya's digital space safer, trusted, and inclusive. From running the national KSAT to counter cyber threats, to anchoring digital trust through our public key infrastructure, and bridging the digital divide through the Universal Service Fund, these initiatives ensure that all Kenyans can participate in the digital economy securely and confidently. The authority continues to advance digital literacy and cyber awareness among the youth through targeted initiatives such as this forum, the annual October Cybersecurity Awareness Month, the National Cybersecurity Bootcamps and Hackathons, and I really hope that youth will take part in these programs in terms of both capacity building but also testing and your skills. The National Cybersecurity Bootcamps and Hackathons, targeted tabletop exercises, and cyber drills. These programs are equipping young people with the knowledge, skills, and confidence needed to navigate the digital space responsibly and to strengthen Kenya's overall cyber resilience. Our role goes beyond regulation into active policy, enforcement, and collaboration with technology platforms. We have established frameworks such as the Child Online Protection Guidelines, enforced measures like SIM card registration and content monitoring, and worked hand in hand with social media companies to moderate harmful content. These efforts highlight our commitment to building a safe and secure digital ecosystem. The authority recognizes that building digital trust is central to our cyber resilience, and through the national public key infrastructure, we promote confidentiality, availability, and integrity of Kenya's digital assets. By licensing electronic certification service providers, we ensure that electronic services and electronic transactions can be trusted. This enables government, businesses, and citizens alike to engage confidently in the digital economy. The authority calls on young people to rise as champions of truth in the digital space. Try to verify information using fact-checking tools before you share it, and uphold the highest standards of ethical online behavior. Every responsible action you take not only protects you, but also strengthens Kenya's collective cyber resilience. Collaboration and partnership is our greatest weapon against misinformation. At the authority, we work hand in hand with government agencies, with technology companies, mobile network operators, and academia to train the next generation of cyber defenders, and with civil society groups championing digital literacy. This forum's theme aligns with the authority's vision of digital access for all. Our mission is to empower a generation of digitally resilient citizens capable of defending truth in cyberspace. Through platforms such as youth forums, nationwide awareness campaigns, national cyber drills, and the establishment of digital trust services like the National Public Key Infrastructure, the authority is equipping young people with the knowledge, tools, and confidence they need to be frontline defenders of Kenya's digital future. I urge you to take the lessons from this forum and put them into practice. The authority will continue to support the youth through awareness campaigns, capacity building, and youth forums. But it is your actions every day that will strengthen Kenya's collective resilience in cyberspace. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nwendi, for those remarks from the DG, which are greatly appreciated. The next agenda will be the tea break. Finally, those have been wondering. So the tea is served outside there. So we shall walk with some order through that door, go pick the cup of tea. There is a serving area on the extreme left. So you go have the tea from there. If it is full, you'll pick your tea, come back to this room using this door, for those who will not get space on the other side. So we move to that end. I'll request a few people to come in front here at this side for a short group photo. I'll have Dr. Ngondi, Mr. Kennis, is it Kennis? Dr. Paul Wanjohi. I'll have Mr. Mikamba and the team we had on the panel here to come here for a short group photo before we proceed for tea. Yeah? We have some space issues, but we could have a few joiners of course. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you can join us. So we'll have the first group photo, then the second one will be with a number of us joining and making a very nice curve behind them. So we can progress, please. Yeah. Sorry? Just stand here. That is the knee, the banners up on your. They roll this? Yeah. Yeah. We should be ready when you are. Okay, are you right? Okay, kuja huko. Okay, so we shall go for the first shot. Kenise, you can move closer to the lady. Not very far. I know you perpetually drifting. I don't know what's the challenge. Okay, I'm not very sure we have more lights up here. It's okay, but the camera is just fine, Bana. Yeah. Just for some good balance, you know. Yeah. So once again.
On the count of 3, 2, 1.
Right. So we shall do is just step a little few meters here, Dr. Ngundi and the team, so we can create some space for a few guys to join us on the front. Those who are near here. Tafadhali wale ambao wako hapa. Please, let's just keep going. The space seems to be a little bigger than we thought. So please, tafadhali. Oh, okay, that's even better. Okay, just push in a little bit, please. Samuel, are you okay? So Latum, get some space for yourself, please. Okay. We are ready when you are. Can they also say A? Can they also say AI? So, okay, Dr. Ngundi, Kenise, we'll have a brief media engagement there, just something around what you're doing here now. The rest we can proceed to the tea area. There's enough tea for everybody, for those who are asking whether kila mtu atapata chai. So let's just move in some orderly manner. Enjoy the cup of tea. We'll be here in the next 30 minutes, please, okay? Enjoy your tea and see you back.
Hi guys. Just 1 second. I would like to Can I please have the following? Meet me pale kwa kona. Wilson, Adrian, Watson, and Lynette. We talked about it earlier. Kindly meet me.
who is also coming up with a team of sophisticated security enthusiasts.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Tuko sawa? Yeah, I'm Frederick. So I'm Frederick Wahone. As you have been told, I'm the vice chair in the association, Kenya Cyber Security and Forensic Association. Apart from that, I run a company that provides solutions in cybersecurity, forensics, and also mentorship for the last about 15 years now. And I want attention. Naona kuna watu wako tu kwa simu. I want us to pay attention. This is a youth event. I have a few minutes, but I wanted to share these minutes with the young people. As I have shared, I mentor young people. And I want, now that you have taken tea, I'm sure that there are many of you that you have not interacted with someone else. So I want you for the next 5 minutes, you go to at least 3 people, you get their contact, and you know what they do. We should have started by now. I want us to rise up for 5 minutes, go to 3 people, know what they do. That is the most important thing, not listening to me here. You came here so that your life can change. Can you rise up? Can you rise up? 5 minutes of my time. Can you rise up? Can you rise up? Can you rise up and go to 3 people? Take a number. Apart from our guests here. Haya, nitakuja mahali muko. Can you rise up? We, amkeni. Muamke. Hey. Mtanchukia ni sawa, lakini amka. Maybe wazito ndio hata amka. Can we have 3 people? Contacts. What do they do? What do they do? Know what they do. Know what they do. We are not here to look nice. We never came here to look nice. Can you take their number? Can you take their business card? This is not a church. You do not come here to look nice. What do they do? What have you done? What skill do you have? Can you ask them? Master their names, 3 names. Make sure you master 3 names. Two and a half minutes now. 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. You have 2.5 minutes. Know what they do. How can you help them in whatever they are doing? You are looking for a partner. How can you get a partner from this place? We did not come here to look nice. No. Hey, na uchukue number. Make sure you take numbers. Kama hujaoa unaweza pata bibi hapa. Yeah. We have 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes now. You take number. Na uchukue social media zao. Are they on social media? Ask them to share social media. What is their Twitter name, their Instagram account? You have 1 minute, 1 minute left. 1 minute left. 1 minute, 1 minute. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. 1 minute. 1 minute, eh? 1 minute left now. Make sure umeandika namba. Kila mtu ako na simu hapa. Kama una simu, kuna kalamu na kuna kitabu. Mnakasirikiana hapa? No. That's okay. That's okay. Nimeplan hivyo. My mind najua hivyo. Okay. Sawa. So sasa turudi kwa viti zetu. Let's come back to our seats now, please. Let's come back to our seats. If possible, you can take a selfie with them, if possible, as an evidence. Let's come back to our seats now. Turudi sasa, turudi sasa. Let's come back to our seats. Hey, hey, hey. That group there, let's now come back. Tunyamaze sasa, tunyamaze. Tunyamaze. Tunyamaze sasa. One thing that we must know. Tunyamaze sasa. One thing that we must know. We must be very practical. Because people are so theoretical. You come to such an event, you have no job. So you are now thinking that I will get job when I go to another event in December. Yet, you have a potential employer in this room. You have a potential partner that you can work on a product together. You leave this room the same way you came. Why did you even come? You came to eat and take tea? No. So we must be practical. That is what I'm trying to emphasize on. As young people, we have to be intentional. So make sure you make a follow-up. If you have taken a contact, don't just pick a contact for you to feel good. Make sure you follow up on that contact and something good is going to come out of that. Are we together? Now, can you clap for yourself for obeying that? Because tunaweza kuja hapa, we feel nice, then what happened next? We have to make sure our life must be able to be transformed. So I'm going to read a verse. John 8:2. It's not a church service, but I want us to apply very practical solutions to what you are going through. So, then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. The reason why some of us, we have hated even potential investors and potential partners and potential people who can be a great blessing to us is because we have no truth about them. Courtesy of fake news, courtesy of misinformation. Right now, courtesy of social media. There are so many people who have a wrong perception of the president, for instance. What if the president gives you an appointment? Because of your perspective of him and what you think about him, it might not even materialize to anything. And it is out of misinformation and disinformation. So our session today, and the emphasis here is this. that as we do all these things, as we do the policies, we must also see how can we come up with the technical tools and solutions that we can be able to use. As young people, yes, we are talking about misinformation, but how can we develop solutions? And these solutions can already become a source of income. You can be able to create a job for yourself and for so many other people. We spoke about digital trust. We spoke about truth. How can you be able to use technology and the tools that you know technically for you to be able to enforce truth? How can you build truth through technology? How can you build digital trust using technology? So this is where now we need technical people who are trained on how to think, because we have brain, not in a bad way. But can you imagine, most of us, you utilize less than 10% of our brain? What if you utilized 15%? You have no idea how much potential that we have as young people. You can imagine that you are able to mobilize an entire demo using the phone. So how much more can we be able to achieve as young people? I'm talking that way because I have interacted with young people, and some of them, all they know is just to talk. After they talk, they know mzazi watapiga simu nyumbani na watadanganya sijui nini, sijui amengojeka wapi, watatumiwa 2,000. So they know watakuwa na lunch, as in, whereas you have so much potential in you. How much percentage of the potential in you are you already utilizing? You have that Twitter account. You have Instagram account. But all you post ni mambo ya president. 2 term na 1 term. How is it that you have never posted something to do with your skill? Why are you so worried that you don't want to know other people to know what you do? Are you a thief? Why is it that you have never written even a single article to articulate in LinkedIn, for instance, to articulate what you do? Munaona fake news, then you do not diffuse the fake news using the information that you know, which becomes the truth. And this truth is what is going to set our mind free, because we are slaves, because of deficiency of truth. And we are going to make a few presentations. Allow me to cool down. I was in a high level now. Let me now engage gear 3 now, so that I can calm down. So we had, you have to forgive me. For me, I don't know how to behave, like I come here softly talk. Oh no, you feel nice. Then you go back. The same LinkedIn that you can use to attract a customer from the US, and you do something for them and they pay you, you continue kusema, oh, 2 term, 4 term. Today, I want us to change. So we had a hackathon process, which was technical, and also we had some innovations that young people are submitting. So out of around 165 participants, we received 43 applications. Out of 43, we were able to evaluate at least 3 or 4. So I want for them to come. Steve is going to guide us. I don't know, Steve Kenyanjui. These are young people that we are mentoring, so that we invite these young people. They get 5 minutes each. They make presentations to show you that we already have people who are thinking. We have people who are building. They are innovating, so that we can mitigate the issues of misinformation, disinformation. Our emphasis is on AI. Why AI? This is the emerging technology, the technology of the future. So Steve, you can just hurry up. We don't have time. And I want us to appreciate him as he comes. So he's going to call them. I really want us to spend minimal time. When you are called here, number 1, introduce yourself as a young person. Know how to introduce yourself. Like, I am Kimani Ishongwa, for instance. Number 2, I am in college XY. I am doing this. I am in year this. So what we are building is called this. The problem we are solving is 1, 2, 3. The solution is this. If you are looking for potential partners, say it. Don't fear. Don't practice fake humility. Just talk it out. No one is going to beat you. This is your event. It is as much it is our event. This is about young people. So ukishafanya hivyo, sema I'm inviting you to my innovation. I'm looking for potential partner. I'm looking for 5 million. Kuna watu, they feel guilty wakisema pesa. Like kuna mwingine niliona anaambia customer namuuliza, how much are you going to charge this work that you are doing? Auditing a system. Anasema, unaona kama unaweza lipa ngapi? That is, iyo ni problem na self-esteem. Na self-esteem lazima tuziaddress zote. Unakuta young people wameenda shule, but they don't know how to market themselves. They don't know how to package themselves. So you undervalue yourself, you undersell yourself, and 90% of the time, you are broke. The only thing you have is followers who cannot even translate to money to pay for your rent. Allow me to talk like that, so that ukitoka hapa, uende kaa umekasirika, uende udelete your account, ucreate ingine, na uanze kutengeneza pesa. Sawa sawa? Yeah.
Hi everyone. My name is Kinyanjui Steve. My name is Kinyanjui Steve, Cybersecurity, Area of Specialization, Vulnerability Assessment and Penetration Testing. So, just a little background on what we are about to do. During this whole process, from when they registered till now, it was a multi-step process. So they started with a short course on the KCSFA LMS, and then they did a hackathon-style quiz, and then they were to come up with an innovation addressing the issue that we are discussing today, which is misinformation and disinformation. I believe the quiz was okay. The quiz was okay. So in this event, I was the cybersecurity and technical lead together with my friend Kevin. So the quizzes that you did, I'm the one who created them.
Let's go for that.
So of the submissions, of the innovations that were submitted, some stood out. And that's what I want those guys to come and demonstrate, introduce you to their solution, tell you what it's about, how is it helping curb the theme, the issue that is on our theme today. The first person will be Wilson. So Wilson has a solution called Media Quest, so he will tell you more about it.
Hello. My name is Wilson Mwangi Waweru. I'm a software developer. Currently, I work at a startup. You know how startup does, is a Match PA. We usually offer software customizations in terms of ERP integrations. And right now, we are introducing AI in our inventory management. So it's a step up, and I can go much into that. But for now, let's talk about the theme of today: combating or unpacking misinformation and disinformation. I'm glad that we have this talk. First, from the panelists today. The reason is because there were, you can feel it, there were tensions, who is right, who is wrong, and they all saying correct. They don't want to go and breach in the data. You uliningilia sana, no. But I want to talk about one thing that is being misunderstood. AI is here to stay. But one thing you should know, AI is now leveraging more on emotion. What do I mean about emotion? How you talk to it, it gets to know you. And let me tell you about the business of this architecture. In a business, if I can make you feel better and you are able to subscribe to my product, I'll do it. So in your prompt, AI has a prompt, and that's why there was a time a while back, Grok, it became a Nazi and it started, say Hail Hydra. It was because of it was told to be politically incorrect. It doesn't have to be correct. You see, it can maneuver anywhere. And that's why today I'm presenting about MediaQuest. You can see that I have my slide today, but I noted that if I talk to you about the slides, and you don't get to meet the product, what the slides about, I can just talk about the slides, and maybe you can understand more better. So for me, MediaQuest is a digital platform where we are integrating media literacy and cybersecurity. What do I mean about cybersecurity? So what I did with the two days I had, I figured out why don't I leverage AI? Because I cannot beat AI. It knows more than me. It can scrape all the web, and that's why I'm saying any AI tool that has been made, it can be altered by attackers. It can be any AI fact check tool. It can be, you can have a fact generator, a reverse image. It can be altered. Why? We have ChatGPT that you use, and cybersecurity analysts use evil ChatGPT to attack you. The same product. What do you know about Google? They have their reverse backend. I'm not prominent into cybersecurity. That's why I'm happy that KCSFA has done this and bridging into cybersecurity. But what I'll go to you is about MediaQuest, where you can see we are teaching about how to spot fake news, have cybersecurity skills, critical thinking, and we have an AI-empowered mentor. So I'll just dive into the. You can see that for you to actually join MediaQuest, where you're going to learn about all these challenges that I'm going to talk about, and you'll use AI to guide you because you want to be knowledgeable. You can't beat AI. So how do you keep yourself lenient into the most progressive way? So you must learn, and learning will make you. And we were able to find that the youth and the rural area, the people in the rural, are more prone to vulnerabilities in terms of misinformation and disinformation. And not all these are emotions. What they are only distinctive characters is one misinformation has no motive. It is false, no motive. Disinformation, that's false, but I have a motive. Malinformation, I have a cause. It's not correct. It's correct, but I'm using it out of context. So all these are emotions, and let me tell you, machines don't rely on emotions. Only human beings are able to articulate and feel all these emotions. So as MediaQuest, I want you to understand your own emotions, try and express yourself well, and learn how to beat the algorithm. Because ask yourself, why scroll every day, and yet Meta, if it drops on you, I don't have a latest iPhone. Kidogo, a pop-up, iPhone 17. So how do you make sure that you are informed of everything that is going on? We have deep fakes. You can't even know if Palestine or Congo, there is actual war. Who are you relying to in form of information? Is it the person who is more media, is known as a perspective, as a brand? But let me go to now there. You can create an account. I've already created an account. If you want to actually test this platform, it's MediaQuest AI Detective.varsel. MediaQuest 8. MediaQuest AI Detective.varsel.app. If you go right now, it's live. You can sign in. You cannot log in if you cannot sign in. So I have already signed in. So I'll just pick up my credentials and just put my password. And let me sign in and show you what I mean about all this that is happening. So, first of all, when you sign in, you'll get, the time. This is something that I want you to know. Everything I've talked about an AI mentor, it's here. One thing, you can talk to this AI mentor. I can say, hi, I'm Wilson. And you'll notice that the AI mentor is able to pick up that this is MediaQuest. And it is nice to meet you, Wilson. Welcome to MediaQuest. So everything that has been put into this platform is actually everything that I've talked about. And how can you learn from it? We have social media simulations. logical fallacy charges, all these charges that KCSFA themselves integrated, but here is the kicker. We didn't have AI to tell us when to study this and if this is altered or is this outdated. So for me, for today, I'm presenting this innovative feature. It's the one of a kind. And I'll say, I'll just go 1 minute on this. One thing, this is innovative. Majority of the youths are unemployed. If we can use the government or the partnerships that are in here, we can make MediaQuest an AI leverage tool to enlighten youth in terms of media literacy. And these tools, because we have streaks like you had points, and those who scored higher, they were able to participate like I'm doing today. So we can use these tricks and we can have examinations about teaching everything. And those who score higher, we can actually prompt them to opportunities that come in. Is it scholarships? Is it this and this? And let me tell you, youth are desperate of change. They actually participate in anything that we do as a media quest. And when we engage into even, we scale up to hackathons and everything. And the benefits are majorly, they are articulate, they are these benefits. For the government side, you get a more informed citizen, or who you are governing, and you get peace and prosperity. And for you as a youth, you get to be enlightened. Usikuwa unasturiwa. Like today, last week we had KRA. It's going to tax even our bank without even, if you don't classify as an income. That was misinformation. So you'll get stress reliever on your side, and at the same time, you are also going to trust your government, and you'll wait for electoral periods for you to judge everything. So this is, for me today, I'm asking for partnerships or sponsorship to make MediaQuest the best leverage tool right now, so that we can prompt change into Kenya. Thank you. Any question?
So this is just as you wind up, because of time.
Yeah.
If you are to ask for an investment,
yes,
someone to invest in this,
yeah,
do you have that already in mind?
Yes, I have it. That's actually why I'm here. I would like to have a person or a sponsorship so that we can create a tool that is only innovative at its feature at the core. And also I'm happy to be a proud of this hackathon so that I can bridge in the gap between what's deceived as truth and what's actually truth. That is perception of truth and the actual truth. Yeah.
You are not answering the question. Don't say that you want sponsorship.
Yeah.
You want investors.
Yeah, investors.
So how much would you be looking for? If someone has that money in this room, how much would you be looking for? And don't say sponsorship, because you are not looking for a sponsor.
Okay. So, according to my then cis per se, any amount, but
You see where we are going wrong. Alafu tunaenda kwa street. Akona a very innovative solution. But he does not, okay, not in a bad way, but he does not know how much he may need. If someone has such amount here, he does not know that he need an investor. He is looking for a sponsor. You see where we go wrong as young people. Tunaelewana? Yeah, mtu anaweza nishika vibaya but ni sawa. But you see where we go wrong. He has a very good product, but he is not able to express that, any amount. Okay, I have 5,000.
No, okay, let me be lenient. In terms of technologies we are using, in terms of coding abilities we are using, and I'll need a team to enhance this skill. So amount from $3,000 is better to make a stable startup. Yeah.
Mpigieni makofi. Yeah. Now he is talking. Sababu anaogopa kutaja amount yenye naona ana feel guilty kusema amount mingi. Si tumu encourage sasa akitoka hapo. The next one, ni time hatuna, ndio unaona na breach protocol. Ni time hatuna. Let's appreciate him for that.
So we have Adrian with True Check.
So, okay, hello. I'm Adrian Charles, and I'm excited to present to you my project that is TrueCheck. This is a fact-checking tool that the time you announced about the project, okay, I'm currently doing cybersecurity digital forensics, and which I'm aiming that I'll do it more and then expand more in my experience in the field. So this project, as we were given about the project the day earlier, I decided to start, and we came up with this, a TrueCheck, AI-powered fake news detector and misinformation. So understanding the growing threats that we have in the country, such as the recent years whereby we are having the Gen Z protest, post-election violence, the times, very many fake news were being produced by people that led to the wars, and even about even during the Gen Z period. Many fake news that were being there. So we came up with this idea and decided to come up with this. It's kind of like, it's a web app whereby you will be able to, there's a section where you'll be able to paste your text, and it will show the project about what you are going to get. And we have targeted to that is Google Search API and fact-checking tool, which is powered also by Gemini AI, to give you a more advanced and more about the project. So let me show you about the demo of the project. Okay, so it does not have a login page currently, but we'll implement that later because I have a team that will help me. So, okay, anything about we will fact check here? Anybody? Let's say something else. Okay. So which one? What's the population of Kenya? We go with that, okay? So let me put. So, and we verify the content. So here you can see it's unable to verify. Okay, sorry, technical issue. Internet. I'm offline, sorry. Just a minute. Okay, or you can check out that truecheck.netlify.app _K. If you want to test it, TrueCheck. Because I'm purchasing some data.
So, as you do that, maybe you can tell us what are you solving and the solution that you have proposed, because time is running out.
So the problem today, misinformation spread faster than the truth. So we see it on social media, blogs, and in the mainstream news. False stories influence election, create fear during health crisis, and even cause conflict in communities. So the problem is that people don't have the time or tools to quickly verify what they're reading. Searching across websites and fact-checking tools, people don't take that time. So the real challenge is how do we empower everyday people to instantly check credibility before sharing or believing about a certain information. So the solution is TrueCheck. It's designed to make the image or even take a photo of content that will be able to show you whether the information has been repeatedly shared across all the social media platforms. The AI then analyzes the content using the language processing cross-checkers it against trusted news sources such as Reuters, such as Africa Check, and also Google Fact Checks. The result is credibility and credibility score along with the supporting evidence. So users not only know if something is true or false, but also why. Some key features include the text input, which let me connect the internet, then I show you the demo. Because believing, you must see.
Time.
Okay, now it's good. So the guy was asking about what's the population of Kenya. Okay, so as you can see, there is analyzed summary. You are given the analyzed summary from the AI and some additional context. And it also gives you several sources that have about the same information. I hope you can see. So here we have given demographics of Kenya. It's just from Wikipedia, Kenya, the World Book, Fact Book, demographics of Kenya, and also can provide images to data. That's the 2020 population. Okay. Any other suggestion as I conclude? Yeah.
I think on querying of that AI model, we should offer a certain statistic so that it can either agree or refute. So not asking it as an LLM rather than in querying that AI project, you can maybe offer a probable statistic that maybe I've had information from a government website that the population of Kenya is now 54 million. So it should be that. So we should assess whether it shall refute or support the claims.
Okay, I get it. Okay, we'll deal with that.
So you can wind up.
So as I'm winding up,
before
okay.
you wind up, I think you can do one more search. Miss Pretty and JP Morgan CEO.
Miss? Pardon?
Miss Pretty. There has been, previously, Miss Pretty is a lady who calls herself that. She was in a group full of CEOs and she was looking for a husband, someone with money to follow the story. And the JP Morgan CEO allegedly replied and told her some information. So you want to verify, is it really the JP Morgan CEO who did that?
Okay. Miss
Pretty, P-R-E-T-T-Y.
Pretty. Yeah. Pretty and JP Morgan.
Yes, JP Morgan CEO.
So, okay, there it is. It is said that this has been widely fabricated, involving in the internet hoax, involving fabricated letters or social media posts supposedly showing a humorous exchange between a woman seeking wealthy husband and JP Morgan CEO. None of the provided sources offer variable evidence of authenticity.
Yes, clap for him.
Okay. To conclude, misinformation is one of the biggest challenges of our digital age. TrueCheck proves that AI can help us fight back by making fact-checking fast, reliable, and accessible to everyone. With your support, TrueCheck platform and also be
the solution. This is a problem. When you are reading hapo kwa screen, mtu hata kuwa convinced that this is your solution. This is your solution. Because for someone to invest in a solution, they really do not invest in the business. they are investing in you. And they need to see proof that this thing is coming from you. Tuko pamoja? Yeah. So as you keep enhancing the solution, try to make it more natural. As in, ukipresent, learn how to talk on the kwa stage. Like ukiongea, let it be more convincing. Like the issue of misinformation. Do not, ni sawa kuangalia kwa screen, but make it as minimal kuangalia kwa screen as possible. So try to convince. Learn body language is very important. Alafu, you are not looking for supporters. You are looking for partners. Already you have one partner there. He gave you a very good huyo ako pale. So make sure after this you connect with him. Alikupatia suggestion that can really help you. Tumklapie.
Let's have Watson.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
My name is Luchisoi Watson, a former student of KCA University. I did my computer science, completed in March. So basically, before I start sharing my solution called Project Msema Kweli, I would like to, since I'm more inclined into law, I'd like to quote a law that says of Article 19 of the International Human Rights. It says, organization says that everyone has a right to freedom of opinion, expression, and the right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information, ideas through any media regardless of the frontiers. In a way that when I came with the idea, something that came out of my mind was most misinformation are through apps that we use most of the time, like the WhatsApp groups. You get so much misinformation out of the groups, something that you believe in. So, as the first speaker was saying, confirmation bias. These are the things that most of the time affects us all. The way that you find something that you believe in, this is something so true. That is confirmation bias based on the tradition and everything that you believe in. So that is Project Msema Kweli. That is what it will do. And this project is about creating a WhatsApp chatbot in a way that this chatbot will be able to, when you have a specific information I've gotten from somewhere, whether Facebook, whether X, whether Instagram, whether the same WhatsApp, you just send it to the chatbot and it will query and tell you, is this information correct or this information is wrong? So the problem of the Msema Kweli, the problem certainly was Kenya currently, according to the population right now, it say we are 50 million people, and 35 plus million people use the internet every single day. Up to right now, I can say 9 out of 10 people in this room are connected to the internet right now, and they are using their mobile phone. So we need something that will combat that, so that you can have a true, reliable, and information that we can trust in. In a way that rapid spread of fake news are mostly on the WhatsApp groups, Facebook, and even TikTok. So most people post, I'm not that interactive with TikTok before, I don't have the app. But what I hear from most people say that you can find someone, just put a video from nowhere and say this is a Kenyan Gen Z protesting. But when you look deeper and you dig deeper, find that this is something that happened long time ago and in a different country. So that is what is making us
so angry, disappointed. Then the threats to democracy. Democracy, first of all, talk about the elections that happened 2007 and 2008, and even 2022. There are so many speculation up and there about it. And then the M-Pesa scams. There are so many M-Pesa scams. Tuma kwa hii namba, hiyo ingine iko nafuliza. So there are so many things that we face every single day. Then the opportunity for the project. Opportunity. With the rise of AI, and AI has existed from the 1980s. That is a true thing. AI has existed for a very long time, more than 30 years, but it has come to an existence right now. Everyone uses AI. ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, AI, everyone uses AI. Gemini. So global rise in misinformation, and ChatGPT most of the time it inclines to what you are telling it. It will tell you the truth according to what you want the truth to be. Then the first movers advantage in Kenya. First of all, Kenya is a rapid country in Africa. By the way, Kenya is the best country to be in Africa and the whole of the world right now. Is that true? Then a large market source. The governments and the NGO and the telecom industry. I say that we have the M-Pesa scams. That's where the telecoms come in. Then the government institutions. So fact checking these TikTok, X, and WhatsApp fake videos. It can be so truthful, it can help the government. And then the NGOs, non-governmental organizations, then the media. Then the solution, the Msema Kweli has 3 pillars. And this pillar, the first pillar was, it will act as a protector, a watchman, as a guard AI. In a way that it will continuously monitor it will continuously monitor the things that you are viewing, whether in all those social media platforms. It will detect fake news, videos, and images. So it will act as a guard, a watchman. Like if you have a watchman, you remain so confident that I have a guard that protects my door when I go out, so anything will not be stolen. That is the first and the core pillar of that particular Msema Kweli project. And then the second pillar was public connection. So where do we connect most of the time? We connect using WhatsApp, all these social media applications. We connect through that, we communicate through that. Then resilience and academy. After some time, resilience is a word that means that how do you overcome when something happens to you? How do you jump and wake up again after something has happened? So after it has fact-checked everything that it detected, the fake news and the videos, it will explain to you the right sources to get the information, and it will continuously tell you on what is not correct information. So those are the 3 pillars of the project. So up to there, any question? So this is how the project will work. It will work in a cycle manner. So it is a continuous process. It does not stop. So the first one is once the misinformation is detected, it is verified. Then after verified, the public is alerted, either using the WhatsApp, using the USSD code. Then after it has verified that information, the communities will be educated. Communities around you, the people around you will be educated about, and then the cycle will continue. Since we say the project will have photos and everything, we need a legal framework to do that. We need to have some certification so that we can access this personal data. As the second speaker said, we have a certification called DPA certification. So this DPA certification, in a way that it helps you to, it safeguards the company. Once you have data of someone, either the picture of someone, it helps you to protect the company itself. So we need those the DPA certification, in a way that it will help us to against any legal implications. Oh. So what will the project impact? Trust, democracy, fraud losses, health awareness, and lastly, digital literacy. Because you'll have that education, it will help you to educate. And as I finish, I'd like to say that together, let's make AI a shield of truth. not a sword that pierces. Let us make this AI to be a shield of truth, democracy, and resilience in our great nation, Kenya. Thank you for your time. Oh, money. Since I can sponsor the project myself. But if you're willing to be a partner, you can nione nyuma ya tent.
Good. Tumpigie makofi. So for 1 minute, so again, many young people, the reason why unapata they have innovations, and these innovations bado ziko kwa laptop, but they cannot be able to, let's say, pay bills wakitumia hizo innovation, ni sababu sometimes wanakuwa emotionally connected to their innovations, such that you see what he is saying, it is not wrong hiyo kitu anasema, but we understand it. So you need now to disconnect emotionally somehow from the project, so that you open up to potential people and investors who can now come and help you to build. Why? What you have is a seed. That seed, no one can maybe take it away from you, because it is your seed. But you have now to be emotionally, somehow you release it from your heart so much. Otherwise, utakuwa na project yenye, utarun na hiyo project for like 2-3 years, na ukiangalia hakuna hiyo growth. Si ni ukweli? Yeah, let's appreciate him as he depart from there.
So let's have Linus.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lynette Maina from USIU. I'm a student, my 3.3. So digital dementia and misinformation are growing threat. So we've all heard about how AI is good, how AI assists us in doing certain things and whatnot. That's true. And like our speaker, she was seated here. She was one of our guest speakers here. She told us that she was telling us about how AI had caused some form of death in America. So that's where digital dementia comes in. When we get a lot of misinformation all at once, our brain kind of malfunctions. You don't know what to believe, and that's what digital dementia is. So when I saw the hackathon, I came up with this idea of why not build something focused on both AI and our minds, because most of the people tend to use 15% of their brain, 75% of AI. So first of all, we have to recognize what cognition is. Cognition refers to the mental process of acquiring knowledge through thinking. You're literally sitting down, and you've heard, for instance, I'm an alumna of the Moi Girls, Nairobi. There was a fire that happened, I think, last year. Yeah, it was last year. And when I got the news from Nairobi Gossip, they were saying that it's a student who started the fire in the kitchen. I don't know it went where. And when I went back to Google, it's a different form of information. So that's where cognitive comes in. And digital dementia is a cognitive decline caused by over-reliance on digital devices. It manifests as weakened memory, reduces attention span, and impaired critical thinking, especially in environments flooded with information. So this idea is bringing up an app called Cognity. So Cognity will have a cognitive immunity approach where there will be different exercises and quizzes to help students, not only students, but also professionals, to exercise their brains in order to curb and misinformation, disinformation before it even occurs. Like, you don't have to like go to ChatGPT and ask, is this true? You sit down with your brain and analyze this. Oh, this is fake. The second, this is one of the things that will be in the app. The second one is the misinformation scanner bot, where it will be used in like the WhatsApp, X, Instagram, and what to impact accessible. It will be accessible to any user. In that, this app won't be only available online, but also offline. And the last one, we'll have a digital literacy lab where we'll teach students from as young as, right now we are in CBC, so it's not about following a certain curricula of mathematics, English, chemistry, all at once. We can teach these CBC children and those in high school certain forms of misinformation, disinformation, and also teach them how to realize and notice this is a fake URL. This is a phishing. It's a phishing email. And lastly, any questions?
So how much do you want?
Oh, I'm calling for partners to help me build this app, collaborators and also financiers. I have the MVP with me, and it will take approximately 4 months to build it and to make it, for us to help to test it out. I need approximately 1.25 to help in everything, including marketing.
1.25 what?
Million. Oh, million.
Let's appreciate her. Less than 10 minutes. So to
Hi everyone.
So we have one more presentation by Mutugi Ngari. I will ask him to come. We are following a 5-minute rule.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, Mutugi Ngari, I would like to appreciate KCSFA and everyone that has come here. Much appreciated for your time, for being here. So, I'm here as the branch manager, lifeguard. So, basically, I've been in the industry for more than 10 years. So, technically, what we do, we try to get data out of devices. So, before I do anything else, I've seen reports gone to the country, which have led to people dying because of bad reports. For example, there was a study that was done in five counties in this country about an outbreak of a disease. So the hard disk got damaged, and fake misinformation was delivered to the country. So when this misinformation was delivered to the country, these 5 counties were not fully funded to combat the disease. So what happened? Out of the 5 countries, we had 20 fatalities, which means 20 people died because of misinformation. So what technically we do, we ensure that the source is fully authentic, okay? And we have seen so many cases in courts, even in high courts, whereby evidence has been tampered with just to ensure that a certain thing wins or a certain case goes this way. So technically what we do, we ensure that the source is authentic. So basically what we do, I'm just going to play a video because a picture speaks more than 1,000 words. So basically this is what we do. So I started as a student. My first project was peer-to-peer cash, and I think I pitched it to Branch. So that was my first project. My second project was SSL tracking. I think I pitched it to Ghost VPN, something like that. So these days, if somebody is working in Branch, somewhere you're using part of me. And if you're using Ghost VPN or something, that's part of me. So technically, right now, I came to do something so simple, that is recovering data from hard disks. So we don't just do hard disk, we do so many things. We do SSDs, but for my colleagues here, I'll just do a simple process. So technically, we have a lab. This lab is in 5 countries. What we normally do, we just extract data from devices and use that thing to present to courts for your own use, for your own memories. So technically, that's the process that we normally do. And because of time, and I've seen that I've spoken more than enough. If you have a question, you can ask. Thank you, much appreciated.
Sorry. Maybe one question, huh?
Yes.
How can you use forensics to prove issues to do with misinformation and disinformation? Because we have seen videos collected online. When they go to the court, there's no admissibility, and these cases are thrown out of the court.
Yes. Now, first of all, you have to understand the law of the country and the jurisdiction that you're in, and to see what has been brought to that law. So there's something that we say that there's no law that is superior. For example, if you bring a video to court showing that this event happened, you have to follow the chain of custody of that video. So according to the law, even if the video is very authentic and you have not followed the chain of custody, that means that video is inadmissible. And we have seen in so many cases in this country, whereby we have seen people being sued because of videos. None of them had a full documented chain of custody. People have been convicted. Even a student from one university was convicted because of such a video and jailed for 2 years, but it's because of ignorance of law. So first of thing, you have to understand the law, then you bring the evidence. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It seems easy until it is done, yeah? All those projects that have been showcased here appear like they're very easy until you attempt to make one, right? Isn't it? So if you're not jealous, can we clap for the 4 guys who have shown up? And to thank them very sincerely for very, very innovative solutions that speak to the challenges we have at the moment, and demonstrating that as youth we have the ability to also create solutions to our problems, isn't it? Ama namna gani?
Yes.
Yeah. You only have one word to say, or you lose the opportunity to be famous as you leave that stage.
Yes. Come again?
I'm saying,
yes,
you have 1 second to say one last thing that may either make you famous or not.
From my background, I'll just say thank you.
Okay, let's clap for him. Thank you very much. The gentleman and lady who have really enthused us with very exciting innovations to combat misinformation in this age, and also the question of data recovery. So MediaQuest, TrueCheck, Project Mr. Makweli. Then you had the other one was about what? Cognitive immunity approach, and also now lifeguard data recovery. So, as I'm walking around here, I can hear the smell of lunch. Those who have gone to school, to a group of schools, call it aroma. In the village, you used to smell food, so please just leave me to smell it the way I used to smell it before. So in the village, you used to smell food. But we have a few people who are keeping us between us and the food. The people who are coming to talk to us around the youth on the front line. Our digital future, the role of youth in championing truth online. And this panel is featuring young innovators, content creators, and activists who are actively working to combat misinformation. And this reminds me, another gentleman met me outside there. I was asking him for my photos to post on my social media. Then he told me that I need to be very careful kwa sababu watu wazee are very susceptible to cyber threats. So I was asking him, watu wazee ni kina nani? He didn't really mention my name, which made me very happy. But I got his message. So for those who are young and those who are young at heart, we are in this together. And this thing is no respect of age, right? We agreed that we overestimate our ability to discern what is fake news, yeah? So these young people will share the experiences, strategies, and insights on how they can lead the charge in creating a more informed and resilient online community. This will be our last final session for the day. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Mr. Eric Kobia. Mr. Eric Kobia wears many hats. You can choose which one to accept. He's a cybersecurity officer at the Communications Authority of Kenya. He's a YouTuber and content creator. He's recorded quite a number of tracks of gospel music. He goes by the name Rick's the Brand on YouTube. You can watch him if you're not jealous. Then we have Miss Elizabeth Nyaberi, who is a youth representative from and advocate at the Kenya Scouts. We have Thomas Chiteri, who's coordinator, Cyber Warrior Mentorship. JQuat stroke KCSFA JQuat. Hii ni ile iko Juja, sio? JQuat inakuanga wapi? I've just forgotten. I've forgotten. Inakuanga Juja, sio? It's in Juja City, JQuat. And I'm not saying anything. Yes, we have another gentleman joining the team. Let me just get his name correctly. I think it had been written somewhere. I seem to have... I'll give his name as soon as it's made available, but I had seen it somewhere. So, okay, kama ni wewe sujitokeze basi. That gentleman whose name I'm yet to mention. Where is Eric? Kobia? Or is it Kofia? Depending on where you come from. Elizabeth, where are you? Thomas. Thomas ako wapi? Thomas Chiteri. So the session will be moderated by Mr. Lawrence Mushilo. As you can see, it's a truly youthful forum. There's one more person I'm missing there. Somebody who's representing this. Okay, so we ready to proceed. So Kevin Mugo shall also be joining that panel. He looks like a utility player in today's panel sessions. Kennedy, we needed people like you during the Harambee Stars games. But now you're nowhere to be seen. And how many millions were on offer again? How many millions were we made to make after winning the CHAN? 600 million. Yeah, nobody among you could just show up there and just. Well, it was what again? 60 or 600? Okay, so Mr. Lawrence Mushilwa, hizo stories za jaba, eh? So Mr. Lawrence Mushilwa, you can take it right away, and you have how many minutes? Let me just see. I need to ask somebody here. You can do some 25 minutes, will be very, very, very nice. But you can do 20, even better. So take it right away.
Thank you so much. Mjamboni sisi wote au nyinyi wote. Me using Kiswahili is always a good icebreaker, as people laugh at when I masker Kiswahili. I hope you are doing well. My name is Lawrence Muchilwa, a member of KCSFA. I lead the Research and Innovation Working Group. I also work with ISOC as the director for ISOC Kenya, director for outreach and membership. And in my other hat, I work for an organization called FAST, a forum of incident response and security team, where I act as the Africa regional liaison. I'm very happy to be here as I wait for my panelists to settle in. So the first thing I wanted us to start off as we start the second panel, which is on youth on the front line. And the topic was, as much as my vice president alisema usisome hizo vitu, but I don't want to do misinformation, to misinform people. So our topic is our digital future, the role of youth in championing truth online. Question is, what is the truth? Now, depending with when you are born, the time, some of us, you'll do something right, na mzazi angekushika kwambie, sema ukweli. But you are telling the truth, but they'll keep insisting, sema ukweli. If you have had an encounter with some of our law enforcement officers, depending on the encounter, they'll also ask you to say the truth, right? Well, talking to you very nicely in a very diplomatic manner. Tell you, say the truth. You're like, but I'm telling you the truth. Then yesterday, Juja, I had some of the younger generation visiting me, and you're having a discussion, and they told me that, no, that's your truth. I was like, I thought truth is binary. But then as you talk to them, you realize that you might have actually a point. So, the role of youth in championing truth online. We have a very good set of panelists. Kidogo ingekuwa manel. but I think someone got the memo, and now we have Elizabeth joining us. So I will be moderating this through a series of questions. So nitakuwa nauliza our panelists a few questions here and there, and hoping through their response, we'll get to figure out something. Just last parent joke. How many of us here know a youth man called Patelo? Patelo? Jameni. Kuna misinformation somewhere. Then, please do not crucify me. Patelo is also married to another youth called D. Wangapi tunatambua D? D? Now we were taught misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. During that amazing wedding that I wish I attended, in an interview, they were asked how old they were. I don't recall the ages, but I think one of them said, we are below 30, and our firstborn is around 24 years. I was like, huh? Okay, so you are around 26, 27 there, but your firstborn is 24. But miracles happen, ndio? Okay, so let's head into questions. And my first question, I'll be directing it to my good friend, Eric Kobia, na wanataka kunipanga. My fellow youths wanataka kunipanga. So as the panelists will be responding to the questions, they will introduce themselves, then they answer the questions. Then we'll have a Q&A. So my first question to my good friend here, Eric, will be, from nimeona yeye ni mtu wa cyber, content creator. So my question will be, how can youths use podcasting platform to actively debunk myths and misinformation? Eric, over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Kobia, Cybersecurity Officer from the Communications Authority of Kenya. I work for the National KSAT, and I'm also a content creator, a YouTuber, and my music is gospel-oriented, choral music, and please be a subscriber today. Under the name Eric Kobia on YouTube, at the Rix brand TRB on TikTok and Facebook. You will find me there also on Instagram. So today we are gathered here to share insights on misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And I'm glad that I'm seated here today with very enthusiastic guys who are ready to get to the next level, take their careers to the next level, to be the ambassadors of truth online. And I'll start by answering maybe my perspective on misinformation. And maybe what I would say is that the youth, you are the true soldiers of ensuring that truth is spread online. You don't be a peddler of fake news or peddler of dis or misinformation. Please be a good soldier of truth online. I would say that my perspective would be you need to transition from that aspect of that passive aspect of just being a recipient of information to actively participating now in ensuring that you disseminate truth information that is going to be consumed by your audience as you create that content. I think almost everyone here is a content creator in their own way. In even a domain that you are in, you might be a musician, might be a TikToker. There are some TikTokers maybe here who have over 1 million followers, some 600, 100,000 followers, some on Facebook, some on Instagram. If we are going to ask, raise up your hand if you're a content creator, maybe over half of this class today will be raising up their hands. So I believe we all understand that that ethical perspective of you being as a content creator, there is that guideline that you need to have in your mind before you even start recording that video that you're planning to record today and post. I would say ensure you make you do due diligence, ensure that you cross-check when you want to post something. or when you want to prove something, when you want to forward something, when you want to copy something and paste it to some other group or some other to your audience, how relevant or how true is your publication, is your post, is your video, is that real? How true is that information you want to give to your audience? So today, we're going to talk more about that, and I'll share more insights as the questions are coming in from our moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Eric. Just moving on. My next question, I'd like to put it to Mr. Kennedy. Kennedy managed to join us? Oh, George is moonlighting. Okay, so AI. So you have had a lot of discussion on AI. From a policy, from a technology point of view, what will you say are the biggest gap in Kenya's current approach when it comes to combating misinformation that affect the young people?
Now, that is with regards to AI.
Yes, from an AI and looking at this from both a policy and a technology point of view.
Great question there. Artificial intelligence is a tool, and I'll start off from the technical perspective, since I'm on majorly the technical side, especially when it comes to now the interaction with artificial intelligence. I've been able to build various AI tools and used AI to solve problems either individually or as a group through the teams I've been working with. And along this way, artificial intelligence needs to be a platform that we can use so that we can be able to make things better or solve the problems that we have. So when artificial intelligence now on the other side is being used for malicious actions that lead to misinformation and disinformation, this now in turn leads to the unethical side of a human being now starting up to take up some kind of role, especially in this kind of domain. So the unethical side comes up with now the environment or the mindset as you are starting off with the first panel, and out of that we can say that it goes down to the way you had your intentions with. So is it now on the technical and then the policy side? So that's now on the technical side. It's now you as the end user. What are your desires with now this tool? Is it for the good or is it for the bad? Now the good and the bad side, they are all interconnected now with the policy side. And on the policy side, I can start with the lawmakers on the lawmakers concept or the point of view. The first one is that we have acts or laws of the land that greatly assist in now governing such scenarios. And even though they came at a time when artificial intelligence was more of in its infancy, not as it is right now, we have seen laws like the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act. So just from just that word itself, the misuse, to what extent are you misusing artificial intelligence so that you can now become an agent to give forth misinformation and disinformation? And to what extent, how much is what you've been able to prompt, because these days we have courses everywhere online on prompt engineering. What is the extensivity of the creative nature that you have to now generate a prompt that will be able to convince people that this, even though this information is false, there's some sense out of it. So that's where the policy side we have that. And then on now the second law, or what we have in the land, is the Data Protection Act of 2019. It is upon us to all understand and appreciate that all of us here are something in that act or law we call data subjects. A data subject is the owner of that data. So for example, my name is Kevin, I live here, I work here, I earn this much, this is my ID number, this is my ATM number. So as I was moving up the hierarchy of information that I'm giving, I was moving deeper and deeper into the confidentiality aspect of it. So that if I'll be able to see you, if I gave you my data and I've been able to see that you've released it somewhere else. For now, using now maybe something like an AI tool, back to the context, I have the right as a data subject to take action against you. And that's now with regard to the Data Protection Act of 2019. And we've seen people who, one, have been using data without consent, and then two, giving false information about someone, being brought to court and being fined because of such mistakes, and now also now connecting it back to now how the unethical side of artificial intelligence can have a connection with the laws of the land.
Thank you so much. You want to add on that? I will be coming to you. You're my next guy. So a question for Kevin to think over. Should we regulate AI? I will come back to that question. Fikiria mzuri. My next question will go to my friend here on my left, Bwana Thomas. My question will be, when it comes to digital literacy initiative, looking at grassroots education, what can be done from a practical manner, one, to ensure that our families, our parents, aunties, all those guys at the grassroots level, back in Mashinani Ushago, from a misinformation, disinformation, malinformation point of view, they are well educated, and at the same time, they can also effectively take advantage and utilize some of the technical and policy intervention that our colleague has mentioned. Factoring in mind, if I go back at home, even if I start explaining to our MCA malinformation, disinformation, tanifukuza. Taniambia, tanisaidia kujenga shule. Then, if you look at all these WhatsApp messages we get, I've had so many calls with my mom back in Oshago, where he has forwarded something, and actually nowadays he tells me, are you calling me for me to delete things? Because they are forwarding a lot of misinformation. And that at times can create a very interesting relationship. Now I've become that person who tells people to delete things. Now, back to you. What can be done from a digital literacy point of view to address this?
Okay, it reminds me of those very long science questions back in school. They confuse you along the way. My name is Thomas Chiteri. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm running a cybersecurity firm for the past 10 years now. We're doing training, penetration testing, software development, and also the National Coordinator for Mentorship Program, Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensics. Before I answer that question, I would like to add something on the question that was taken to Eric. And I think I want to twist that context a little bit. We have AI, and then we have government policies. As a matter of fact, Kenya has the best policies, to be sincere. It is the implementation that is the problem. And even from the constitution point of view, we have one of the best constitutions in the world. And I want to take us back to, we remember the Gen Z protests? They all came up from, what was that bill again?
Finance bill.
The finance bill. And there's something that happened. There's a young guy, I don't know if you guys remember that, there's a young guy who came up with an AI tool that actually helped the country to be able to know what was actually inside that finance bill. I don't know if you guys came across that particular tool. So the thing is, if you want to hide information from Kenyans, you put it in the papers, right? And a lot of policies. Meaning, a lot of people do not read. But they want somebody else to read for them, then tell them what is in those papers. So I'll depend on the truth that somebody has told me based on what they read, right? So me, how I understood that question, and moving forward, what we can do as a country. And since we have a lot of young, innovative minds here coming up, we have seen people coming up here with AI tools that they are trying to bring up to curb misinformation, disinformation and stuff. Why don't we also come up with an AI tool as a country, as young innovators, that combines all the government policies and laws of the land, such that if somebody was to get the correct information about the law of the land, or the policy, what does the policy say about this, or the bill that has been brought up, they can be able to ask that particular AI tool, and immediately they get the correct information straight from the bills that have been brought up and enacted as laws of the land. So I think that is the way, to me, we can apply AI and policy formulation in the country to make sure that information reaches everyone, right? Because very few people will be able to read documents. We have all these documents all over, but nobody reads them. So to me, that is how I look at that particular bit. And then now to my question on digital literacy. I normally have a summary way of looking at digital literacy. I normally call it 2UC. 2UC, that is W, then C. Because in digital literacy, just like the literacy is defined, ability to be able to read and write in the traditional way, for example, in digital literacy, we have a lot of content that is online. And the way we have to look at it is we need to know how to understand the content that is coming online. That is what I mean by the first U, understand. How do we make sure that people who consume this information on the internet, because internet, you can access internet anywhere, anytime, whether uko mashinani, ama uko in town, everywhere in the world. But how do you make sure that whatever you are reading on the internet or whatever you are consuming on the internet, you can understand it in a way that, is it a valid information? Is it accurate? Is it integral? Is the person who created this information, can they be held to account? Is it, you see, accountability. So the first one is understand. If we are training people and our parents back at home and even those people in the village, is to make sure, first of all, they understand what is online. Understanding means we need to make them know that not everything that you see online is the truth, right? The fact that I've Googled something and the first hit that comes on Google, and that is the statement that I read, I cannot use that as the valid information. I need to find a way of verifying that information. So for me, that is the first U, understand. The second U, before I come to the second U, let me go to the C, because we have a lot of content creators here. We need to know how to create, right? Creating. You see, with content creation, the best way now to educate the people back at home, those mamambogas, those parents of ours, some of us, maybe our parents did not have the opportunity to go to school, or even if they went to school, they didn't have the opportunity we're having to get today to gain access to digital devices, right? We have grown in the era where we have mobile phones and smartphones and stuff. They didn't have that. They didn't have that opportunity like the one we are having. So when we are creating the digital content, as the content creators who are here, we need to create content in a manner that we can merge what the youth can understand plus what our mothers and fathers in the village can do what? Understand. Our mothers might not understand what these big terms that we use in technology are. But our mothers, if you can come up with a skit, right? Like a skit that relates to them. I'll give you an example, like there is this digital content creator called, this guy who was the first one to come up with the Forex skit. Flaco, right? Flaco has a way of depicting his mother, his father, his teacher, you get? It is easier to relate to such kind of skits when you are educating the people back in the village than it is to bring those mothers here in a room and to give them a lecture, right? But if you come up with that skit, we all know how African mothers brought us up, how they used to behave. And actually, if you watch Flaco skits, before knowing it, there is a certain information that he's actually doing what? He's passing. And it's easier to watch his skit even for a 10 minutes long skit without realizing that you finished 10 minutes on that skit, right? So I think that is another way that we can use digital space as the young people and the content creators to pass the information back at home. So that tells you the mother doesn't need to have gone to school to understand what Flaco is doing, what Flaco is talking about. So I was to come to, just a minute. I was to come to my last U. I talked about understand, and then I've talked about creation. Now, the last U is use. How do you use the content that has been created, the content that you've understood online, to come up with your best now way to use that content to help you now as an individual. Helping you might mean being educated, now you are informed. Helping you might mean that, hey, kumbe you can now sell products online based on the video that I've watched here, right? So me as a person who is back at home, how do I make sure that my milk gets to people who are in Nairobi? So now you are using that content that you get from the digital space to be able to be helpful to you. So the 2UC, use, understand, create. But more so, for the people to be educated back at home, let us use the content creators who are here, let us be as innovative as possible to come up with skits that more relate to the people in the village, but at the same time, twist the information that we want to pass across to the village in those particular skits. So that is me, how I can put that.
Thank you so much. So as I start wrapping up, I know it's not almost time for lunch, it's past time for lunch. Manza kumaliza. Mobilizing youths and peers. And this question I'll direct it to my good colleague here, Lisa. And the question will be, students, leaders, and just generally students and youths have powerful peer-to-peer influence. How can we mobilize our fellow youths to be more critical consumers of information online? Then, what are some of those specific campaigns or initiatives that can combat misinformation and disinformation?
All right, thank you so much for that question. My name is Elizabeth Nyaberi, but you guys can call me Liz. Liz is a bit flexible for me. I am a lawyer. I currently work at the Court of Appeal, and I'm also a national youth representative in the Kenya Scouts Association. I sit in the board representing so many young people. I know some of you how many were scouts when they were in maybe high school, primary school? Yes, once a scout, always a scout, guys. Once a scout, always a scout. Yeah, so I love the fact that we are having this conversation at this time, because I think we are gearing up to elections, right? Ako kajoto ka elections kameanza kuingia. And I know student leaders are the point people in those institutions that most politicians love to use to mobilize for votes, yeah? So as student leaders, and not necessarily student leaders, as young people, we have our two circles. We are either part of a team or maybe part of a clubs, if they are still called clubs in school, yeah? So from that group of young people that you relate with, we need to demystify, and mostly our laws, because again, we find ourselves in a very compromising state where you're taken to court because of the information that you have just forwarded. Early this morning, there's somebody who forwarded ile link ya Naivas. Na wangapi washaona hiyo link? Yes, and somebody asked them, bro, unataka lose WhatsApp, your WhatsApp account, yeah? So as young people in our circles, and as student leaders, because I know we have student leaders here, we need to try as much as possible to bring together young people and share these realities together. Share our stories. I feel storytelling is one of the major, a big thing that we need to embrace. I'm sure all of us maybe some of us have been part of is inaitwa cyber harassment. You posted something and then somebody commented very rudely, they started stalking you, those things, yeah? So when you're able to share our stories, we get to learn how to tackle these issues by ourselves. Another thing that student leaders can do, I'm sure you have so many activities that go on in schools. How about during those activities, because you can easily tap on those activities, how about you talk about these issues in those activities? Because again, civic education is very important. And I love the fact that young people are coming out and they are able to understand what the law says and what the law states and share it to their peers. Again, your friends, because peer-to-peer relation is very important. So as young people, we need to, try and share this information even with our friends so that we are able to save everyone. So that mtu akijipata kwa hiyo situation, maybe kama yako, they know exactly what they need to do. Yes, so I think that is the next question was?
So the next question was examples of specific campaigns or initiatives that can combat misinformation.
I think my colleague here has shared some. Most of us are now on social media and we are content creators. There is so much that we can do. I know some people dance, some people are good at maybe public speaking. They speak about issues and real issues. So let's be agents of the truth and the right information online. And we can start as early as now. I know at times maybe standing in front of a camera might be difficult, but you can dance and the captions there can speak something else. Or how we post on WhatsApp. I have a friend who does very nice postings. In the course of the week, you'd want to go to their status because they either have an opportunity or they have something they are talking about, or and she's a HR manager. So on Wednesday, we know that she's posting opportunities. On Thursday, not just posting pictures and those funny memes that we, and also memes, yeah, because we can create memes on these and share them out, because I know memes are funny and they go out so much. So let us use social media as a channel, and that can include even your WhatsApp status. I know some of us are not on Facebook, but those tweets, as much as Twitter looks a bit a professional, whatever, but you can always share and be consistent, because there are people who are watching what you're doing, there are people who are listening to your content. So be consistent with your postings, and as I have said, let us start as early as now.
Thank you. So I had one more question, lakini naona mwenye ratiba amesema unataka usalimiwe. Kasema salamu pia napokea. I'll share my M-Pesa number. I'm always happy with such kind of greetings. So, as we start wrapping it up, my question to my panelists will be, what is the future of misinformation and disinformation? And I would like to start with Eric.
Misinformation, disinformation, the future. How does it look? Technology is advancing so fast. Misinformation is going to get even worse. What can we do then so that we can be ahead of the peddlers or those people who are creating news or spreading this content that is used to misinform other people? So we can only be innovative, come up with solutions. I am so proud today to see, I've liked the solution for truth check, the one that you can be able to scan maybe information, look at maybe some piece of information and know whether it is credible. Ensure that we create awareness amongst our audiences as content creators also. We use the platforms that we have. If you're a podcaster, if you're a YouTuber, if you're a TikToker, if you're a Reels creator on Instagram and Facebook, you're an content or LinkedIn content expert, please ensure that you can create awareness based on your particular domain that your expertise lies on. Another thing is ensure that we stay ahead by coming up with solutions. For example, as technology is advancing, we also need solutions that are still moving with the technology, and so that those bad actors will not get that time to just enjoy the freedom to enjoy spreading that fake news. Like, for example, right now we have the generative AI, and we can see how so many people are using AI to peddle fake news and also to misinform. And what is our role as the youth, as the tech savvy people? What is our role? Our role is to ensure that we try to demystify and debunk those lies by creating content that maybe is going to speak against the content that is shared that is supposed to misinform. My friend mentioned about maybe someone, my mother in the shags, our grandmothers and grandfathers in the shags. As a content creator, you can also speak your native language. You can create some content in either in the Luo, Kikuyu, yeah, to ensure that those people back there, they can be able to understand exactly what this is all about. Another thing, maybe to wrap it up, you've heard about a hack, a system, or maybe there's an intrusion of a system, for example, for a certain organization, certain bank, for example, and you want to verify. How do you verify that, of course, this information is true? Because you can be sued. For a matter of fact, you can be taken to court if on your social media you're going to post about a certain maybe intrusion that has happened on a critical information infrastructure, for example, like a banking system or even a health system, without verifying. So you have to make sure that you verify that information first, then now show even people, don't just say that it's not true. Don't just say that it's not true. Show how it's not true. Go get even a screen record of a tool like Truth Check. Show people how you've been able to extract information that you are giving them to show that really that this information is credible and it is true, and if it's not true, then you advise them. So I think that is my piece of advice. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go next to Kevin. Short and brief. Short and brief. Thank you.
Oh, the question was now on the future.
Yes, the future.
The future is, number one, there'll be rapid technological changes beyond the human thought, beyond the human imagination, and beyond the expectation that we may be able to perceive. Why am I saying this? There are billions of people around the world, and out of the billions, there is an infinite thought process happening amongst each one of us, and especially those who are in the innovative sector when it now comes to technologies like artificial intelligence, and maybe their ethics, what is the caliber of ethics when it now comes to deciding to go the misinformation and disinformation way, or now giving truthful information. So the more these thoughts and the more the already existing tools that are already there are available, they are on the playground for us to utilize, there needs also to be a more faster and a more versatile and more adaptive countermeasures that can be put in place, so that even before it happens, or even in the midst or slightly after, I would like to now term it what we usually call in the cybersecurity side, something like, in quotes, a 0 day. It's something that has just come up, maybe the people did not know about, and an immediate action needs to be taken. So on the other side, how much are we, as the people who are trying to be on the front line to counter this, how much are we able to now mitigate whatever is coming forth, especially from just the minor thought I've given on now the angles this thing can take up. So it calls for a lot of commitment, it calls for a lot of support, and it calls for more and more organizations to be on the front line, and it also calls for me, you, and someone else in this room, and even the world at large, to make our world better, especially on the cyberspace and with regards to misinformation and disinformation.
Thank you so much. Bwana Thomas, what is your take on the future of misinformation and disinformation?
Let me be a bit controversial here. Information is information. Like, the way you interpret it is how it might help you or it might not help you. For information, I don't know if you guys know that there is even people doing degrees in propaganda. Like, it is a course being offered in universities. Are we aware of that? They are offering that as a course. Degrees in propaganda, even masters, even PhD. Why? Because misinformation, right now we are looking at it as a negative thing, but it depends. Politically, it can be used to persuade, as a persuasion tool, right? So let us not lie to ourselves that we will end misinformation. No, we can't end misinformation. It's like saying we are going to end some other people's careers. It can never happen that way. So I think what we need to do as a people is the same way you look at fire. fire can be dangerous, but also without fire you cannot cook, right? So the only thing we need to do is to make sure that our sources of information are verifiable sources, are sources that we can hold people accountable. The authors of that information, they can be held accountable. Let us be well informed to an extent that if you read something online or if you are informed something by someone, even physically, you'll be able to get your source of truth. And that is what is happening nowadays, even in our country today. The truth is, everything that the government tells us today, there is a way of checking the truth meter, right? Leo wametuambia ukweli ama wametudanganya tena. So, if we have evolved to that level as the citizens of this country, whereby it's very difficult right now even for a politician to tell you the truth or lies, like you can discern, then it's also possible that when these people who are coming up with misinformation, because remember they are doing that for a purpose, and the purpose is to persuade you towards a certain direction, right? So it's upon us to get more informed to an extent that you can tell when somebody is telling you a certain information to persuade you towards a certain direction, or they are telling you information that is beneficial to you. So to me, we just need to be well informed moving forward.
Thank you so much. And Liz, to wrap it up for us.
All right, so I'd say let's be vigilant, young people. Let's question all information that we consume from the internet, and also let's be young people who are responsible as we use the internet. Don't always repost everything, you know. Don't be quick at reposting, yeah? So check first, do your checks, and I love that we have young people who are coming up with innovative ideas. As we wrap up, I think I'll plug you, mini plug. Let me plug you guys, the young people who are looking for funding opportunities. And I love the fact that I'm bad with names. Yes, that Fred is encouraging us to learn how to pitch our ideas. So number one, there is what we call the Global Youth Mobilization Fund that is given by the European Union. They haven't had the second call yet, but I mean not the second call, they haven't had an opening yet, but towards the end of the year, they will have an opening. So please apply because they offer funds to young people who have innovative ideas. The second one, for those who are into entrepreneurship, and this one you can also write down because they'll have an open call very soon, is the Big Green Africa. It's a project by UNICEF and the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Please, also with those great ideas, you can always source your funds from there and learn how to grasp your idea. And for those young people who have ideas in your mind, just write them down. And also for those who presented to us, learn how to come up with, as you have a prototype maybe, and patent it, because people are malicious out here. So learn how to patent your prototype. So I think that is it from my side, but I'd also encourage us to think about how best we can support our peers and how best we can come out to speak the truth. Let's be the generation that mtu hawezi tudanganya. And I know we are headed there because right now it's so difficult for someone to just come and tell you, nitajenga barabara, nitafanya nini, yeah? Tutatenga, you get? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Naona MC amesimama na sijamaliza kuongea. So before we thank our panelists, what is the future for my fellow youths that are here, my youth in spirit? Misinformation is like heartbreaks. Taxes, tulizipata, zitazidi kukua, but we can always do better. We can plan for it, sindio? Kikuramba first time unasema, acha nijipange vizuri, right? If the taxes are becoming higher, you also strategize. Do you need to earn more income, or do you need to figure out do you need to get an accountant? So it's all about planning and being better. And the last thing, cybersecurity is about people, the way the director mentioned, Dr. Ngundi. Caring about someone else and the impact of our action will help us decide, do I want to reshare this? do I want to call it out and say, we mzee? You know how on Twitter someone will say fool? Na unajua hapo, do you want to call out such instances and educate others by some of us, the subject matter expert, explicitly saying that no, this is wrong, this is a misinformation. Panelists, ngomba tusimame, tupigiwe makofi. Hey, wait, ngojeni kwanza. Nitaulizwa what's the call of action hapa. What's the call of action? Rhetorical question. Let's figure out as we go for Australia's swallowship, how do we become the agents of change as far as misinformation and disinformation is concerned? What are you going to do differently out there to educate your peers? Educate mbogi yako, mokoro, na the other people in your life. Thank you so much. Makofi tafadhali.
Lawrence, just before you leave, just 1 minute.
Before
Yes.
I leave or before we leave?
Before you people leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's also very surprising kwamba wewe unajitishia makofi. That is very surprising. Unanipigieni makofi, you get?
I
Can you now
Gen
clap
Z.
for them properly, please, for a job well done? We have something kidogo just to thank you for the trouble.
So we have done a good job.
You have, yeah.
Naweza itisha makofi tena?
Yeah, please. Kidogo just to thank you for the struggle. It's been real.
So, hello everyone. My name is Magdalene Arianda from Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensic Association. I really want to appreciate our panelists for making time to come and share their insights, and I hope we'll learn from them. Yeah. So I'd love to call Mr. Frederick, the Vice Chairperson, to come and help me appreciate them.
Okay, that sounds nice. As that is happening, the earlier panelists, kabla mwanze kuuliza mbona sisi hatujapewa kitu. Please be ready for your turn. Wewe tu man, quickly. And you smile when you're given such a thing, you know. Even if you don't mean it.
Makofi jameni. Makofi tafadhali.
The rest of us will get food, so we don't have to, we don't have to worry, right? Well done. Muchilwa. Hata ukibaki wa mwisho, it is the same thing, so really.
Kunaweza kuwa na surplus for those. And there's a panelist who didn't come. Ameniambia nichukue.
No, please, tafadhali. Muchilwa, there's no time for jokes, Please, we are also very hungry. Tafadhali. So the other panel one, yeah? Bwana Mwikamba and team, quickly, please. Before we wrap this up, we want to go for lunch. Olikwepo. Okay, quickly. Just up on the podium, please. The other panelists. Okay. Bwana Mikamba, your turn. Okay, some people are missing, right? Okay. Tutawawekea kama hawako. Ama? It's all right. So, a quick one from Mr. Wahome, just to thank all of us for being here. Or the permanent representative of this great city of Chepareria to Nairobi and beyond will begin this.
Thank you, MC. Mine is just to thank everybody for finding time to be here today. I won't go into naming the specific organizations. I tried that one time, and I forgot to mention my wife, so it was a big problem. So I want to thank everyone and the panelists, the organization represented for finding time. Just the quick update from CA. So based on this audience participation, so this is going to be an annual event now. This being the inaugural one, and I think that is enough to take away. that is how things start. It starts from a few people, then it balloons to other regions. The second one is we're going into the October month. It's the October Cybersecurity Month. We hope to see you in some of the activities that we'll be having, and you're seeing this communication coming from CA. Be on the watch out for that. Please be the ambassadors in terms of creating cybersecurity awareness during that month. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank Mr. Gimode as the MC in closing for making this a memorable event. Thank you.
We're already finishing the event, and I don't know, you're really thanking me, so.
So thank you very much. Let's clap for our colleague from CA. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate for ourselves, Sasa. Sisi. So also on behalf of our chair, we appreciate everyone. We also appreciate the team from the Communications Authority. We have this collaboration that has been running for some times now. We want to appreciate even the chairman, the director general, also for extending that honor that this now becomes an annual event. Tuwapigie makofi sababu ya hiyo. So a number of things. Number one, from government and the associations as well, one of the call to action is to enhance the quality of collaboration and as we engage with other stakeholders. So if you come from a government entity, you come from an association, it is high time. This is not about KCSFA and the CA. We just happen to be where this, we just happen to be where we have started all this, but now we extend this to more and more stakeholders so that we can be able to build a strong team. Number two, to other stakeholders, let us keep engaging the young people. How? By giving them opportunities. Sometimes unaweza pata a young person amerespond vibaya online because they are going through something. So I have encountered this a couple of times. So sometimes I scan through, there's a very smart young man, but naona ametukanana kwa maybe page ya president, for instance. I follow them up and we even meet. And eventually you find out they are very good young people. So sometimes we may judge them based on what they post online. So let us try to give them opportunities, because I know that we have more opportunities than you even need. And we equally, as tuliona presentations, we also have young people who are ready to push to limits. So the other one is now to the young people. I want to ask you, rise to the occasion. When you are given such platforms, number one, have that desire that ukitoka kwa hii event, mambo yako at least itakuwa imebadilika. Ni sawa kuna this and that, but ensure that kama ni idea uko nayo, learn how to make pitches, learn how to talk, learn how to dress. If you are coming to make a pitch and potentially you may meet an investor, learn how to dress well. These are things that hatuambii shule. So ukinja kufanya presentation, kuna vile hawezi itisha 1 million ukiwa umevaa in a way. I'm telling you, because me as an investor, sisemi kwa ubaya. The last part ni hii. As an association, you are welcome. If you want to be a member, our team wako pale nje. Wacheni nisichukue time yenu ya mlo. I want to invite someone to pray for the food. Thank you very much and God bless you. Someone, a volunteer?
So before they pray, I wanted to thank DigiDev Africa, who have been today's media team for streaming live this event on social media platforms. They're engaged in digital marketing, online streaming, website development, and also creative designs. So tafadhali mnaweza kuwaona kando. And also to thank the hotel for the venue and also for the refreshments we've had, and to thank you all for your active participation and your being here. He has said the Forex thing, we'll do it in the next year's summit. Just putting together proper presentation, nini, alafu. Next year, he'll teach us about that Forex business. So to thank you all for being very patient. Patience is a rare human virtue here nowadays. And for the current generations, we have very low tolerance levels for things that take too long. But I thank you for being very keen and also attentive and also participating. For the presenters today, the panel discussants, the moderators, I thank you sincerely for making this day a great success, and for CA and the KCSFA to thank you for this collaboration, which, as we've had now, will be an annual event, and we shall look forward to seeing you again in the next year's edition, probably not here or elsewhere, but we look forward to engaging again. And also for the October Cybersecurity Awareness Month, many things are happening, so just keep your ears on the ground and find ways of plugging in and also participating. And that brings us to the end of this event. Okay, yes, as we finish, lunch will be served at the same venue as the breakfast, so you just walk out of that door and turn left, serve, go to the other room for enjoying the meal. If the room is full, come back here, we'll have more space for you. And from there, you shall feel free to leave at your own pleasure, unless you have any other reason to continue being here. But also encourage you to network, create new friendships and new opportunities within this space. Now, he's the only one standing between us and lunch. Otherwise, I would have left here, but I not for him. He just showed up here telling me that in the process of coming here, engaging in the screening of people who are coming here, the people who did exceptionally well during that process, and it's been deemed fit that on top of the lunch that we'll give for free, that they also be recognized. What are you giving them?
I'll explain.
It's not money. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, it's your story. Who is praying for the lunch? So because you are the one keeping us from lunch, you will finish, award them whatever you want to give them, and also pray for the lunch.
Sure.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure being your program director today.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. I believe I'm now audible. Yeah, I think as I said earlier on, we've been interacting virtually, but today was the day that we were to meet. I know all of us remember the original number we had. We started with almost 300 people. The list went lower and lower just to create that competitive advantage and also to be able to sharpen and mentor people in the most holistic way possible. So along the way, I believe you remember the route that each one of us or most of the participants went through while coming to this place. And what I would say first of all, number one, all of you in this room are very intelligent. Clap for yourselves. We've seen unique solutions. We've seen very good thought processes. We've seen a lot of critical thinking. And we have seen a lot of people going to the front line, asking, even calling on a one-to-one, hey, I have this. How can we collaborate? Even before all of the 4 people who are pitching here, someone would reach out and say, hey, I have this, or I can do this. What can we do together? We will not hold your hands down. And this is just the stepping stone or the first process. Lots of appreciation to Communication Authority also because of what you've been able to do for us and also to move along with us in this event. Along the way, so we had 2 programs. The first one was the LMS course. And I believe a lot of people got to a lot of marks to the 90s, 100s, 80s. It was very good. There are very good results. And how was the hackathon? A quick answer. How are the questions? Someone was saying in the group that I was in the top 10. The next minute, I'm in the top 50. But that's now competition to show you that there is work that you need to put up. So let's take this time to honor or to appreciate 3 people amongst us. I'm hopeful that all of them came because of their excellent work. In third, I would not call them in third position, or let's just consider it that way. We have Mr. Victor Kiprop. Is he amongst us here? Victor Kiprop. He scored a whooping 296 out of the 300. Appreciate him once again. We have Miss Juliana Joseph. I think I saw her during the tea session. Is she still around? I believe we've seen that name, and we've seen, all of us know something about that name. If you're on the scoreboard. So is she around? Okay, so in absentia, let's appreciate her one more time. And not the best among the best, but let's call him unique and outstanding. We have Mr. Duncan Angwenyi. So a lot of appreciation to them for a job well done, because this is talent, this is what we are looking for, and all of you are what we are looking for. So let's continue to embrace the challenge. Let's keep it in the game, and there's a lot. We've been receiving your comments and also your suggestions. There is more to come, and we'll have meetings later on to see the way forward, and also we'll share with you our plans. So a lot of appreciation to them, and courtesy of the Kenya Cybersecurity and Forensics Association, for starters, their 2020, their membership for the next year for the association has been fully catered for, and more will be yet to come from them. Let's appreciate them one more time. So from there, I'll not take much of your time. It's just for us to make a prayer, as I've been requested, so that we can now close up the challenge. So we can just have a photo. Yeah, so I'm being informed that meal cards were supplied for all the participants and guests that we had for this event. So in case you've not received your meal card, maybe the person giving them, maybe you can raise your hand so that they can see you. Okay, so you can see him, and then from there we'll be able to move to the next step. So could we kindly get on our feet as we make a prayer? So let's believe and pray. Our loving Father, I come before you this great afternoon, thanking you and appreciating and acknowledging your holy name because of the way you have been glorified in this event. We thank you for each and every guest and each and every participant, from the collaborative effort that has been there from the very first day, from the conceptualization, and until this hour, we've been able to see its success. We believe that more is yet to come, and more impact will be created amongst us and also to the world at large. Even as we depart, O Lord, we believe that we are blessed, and we believe that you are the one who protects us from any forms of attack. We believe that even as in the forthcoming journey and the program ahead, and also our future, shall be able to align with your desires, and we shall be able to be used as vessels that may continue to create more impact and also bless more people around the world. Even as we partake our meal today, we believe that it is blessed, and you shall be able to sanctify it so that we may be able to enjoy and also proceed with the glorification and also working for you and the service of the community and the world at large. Be with us, be with our families, be with our works, and everything that we do. We believe that our hands will be blessed. Make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you very much.
Ndio maana ni move, ndio maana jioni. So clean up na change up. Sisi nilisema clean up ndio tunaenda. Na change up. Tuma tu azimol kwa laptop itaonekana. Kwa laptop itaonekana. Move ni ya nini? Ni ya VLC.